in just one moment. All right.
You are recording now.
I am recording and we are live streaming momentarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yes, please, if you would go ahead and start us off on introductions,
Sure.
Susan, then we can
Yes.
jump right in.
Okay,
Thank you.
I am Susan Lipp, and welcome to all of you. I am a member of the Wisconsin Arts Board, and I live in Madison and Merrimack.
Perfect. Thank you. Douglas, you're next on my screen. Oh, go ahead, Susan. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Doug, why don't you go? Because I'm looking at my screen and I see who I see first.
Hi, I'm Douglas Dietrich. I'm coming to you from Viroqua.
Laurie?
Good morning, everyone. Lori Fellens. I'm coming to you from Oregon, Wisconsin.
I can go.
Everybody is okay. Everybody is still muted. Or most of you.
So I'm just going to call people out. I think, Monica, thank you for going next.
Sure thing. My name is Monica Wenz. I'm the Director of Artistic Planning at the Chicago Symphony Orchestra and coming to you from Chicago.
Thank you. Ryan, you're next.
I'm Ryan Lindley. I'm coming from Oshkosh. I keep thinking I have a fuzz in my beard, but apparently it's just white hair, which means I'm getting older.
Kristen, please introduce
Hi,
yourself.
Kristen Chernohoy coming to you from Hudson, Wisconsin, and I'm going to follow Susan's lead and say, and I live also in Cable, Wisconsin. So I too have two homes I go between.
Thank you. Jillian?
Hello, I'm Jillian. I'm at Lawrence University in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Vivian?
Hello, Vivian Timchenko, staff.
Dale?
Dale Johnson, staff of the Arts Board and background scorekeeper.
Thank you. And I'm Karen Geschko. I'm the Assistant Director here at the Wisconsin Arts Board. Excited for day 2 of this panel. And Susan, we are going to kick off the conversation with the small budget organizations paid artists category today. Yesterday, you reviewed those from organizations whose artists are volunteer as they perform. But today we're talking about the smaller budget organizations. First off, who pay their artists. Right. And go ahead.
Yeah, who is
our first application is from Just Bach Concerts.
Right.
And our first reader is going to be Lori.
Good morning. Happy to kick us off with Just Bach Concerts from Madison, Wisconsin. Just Bach Concerts presents free high-quality Baroque performances with 16 concerts in its 24-25 season. They pay all musicians they hire and increasingly perform in additional venues to broaden their community access, but their administrative leadership is a volunteer-based leadership. Over the last 3 years, they discussed building and rebuilding their artistic team and became an independent 501c3 and expanded programming that includes Bach family, contemporaries, and then they have built strong partnership with venues in the Madison area such as Luther Memorial Church, Nashotah House Seminary, and also over to Milwaukee to their congregations. Its Motets and Community Chorales initiative expanded participation when they paired professional motet performances with audience sung chorales. And they produced online materials that went with that. The organization offers sustainable performance opportunities, and the grant, in their words, would help stabilize their administrative capacity through stipends that would support their long-term stability. So that's an introduction of who they are. The strengths I identified, they have a strong artistic, organizational, and community impact because they offer free and high quality from their work sample Baroque performances and signature sing-along chorales. They also mentioned each summer that they hold an annual planning retreat to look at all aspects of both the organization as a business and in terms of what they produce. The group brings in professional musicians from Wisconsin, which is a really great thing to see. And they are really working hard to be a stable nonprofit with more venue options and flexibility. Expanding into new performance locations has made their concerts more accessible for seniors and for students and others who might not normally experience early music. And their fiscal management appears sound with active board oversight, both demonstrated through their budget and their description of their approach. Audience feedback is gathered through board retreats and surveys and conversations. And then I just noted, as the organization continues to grow, there's several opportunities for them to strengthen that long-term stability. They need to look at continuing to build those deeper relationships with communities through potentially some new venues. And then I wonder too about including more connections to K-12 education. And then finally, updating and formalizing their evaluation tools may provide them more detailed information about who they're reaching at this time.
Thank you. Chris, you're second.
Wow. Lori, you're amazing. She was so eloquent on all facets of it, and I'm gonna just echo a couple things that I heard. I do agree that the audience feedback, and again, I'm gonna say that how lovely if it could be different each time, so that it wasn't the same thing, so that people actually wanted to reflect and respond to it, so that that could inform not only their practice, but I know that that's kind of how they started the sing along, right, Lori? I believe was because of audience feedback. And so that kind of thing, because when you are so focused at one composer, if you will, or one kind of music, if you will, just Bach concerts. I know they've expanded to include his family and other contemporaries, but you've really got to engage the people. So I agree with that audience feedback. I like that they got their own 501c3, and yet it sure provides a lot of hassle for them. So the management is really necessary for them to create that stability. And I also want to say that the new venues where they can accessibility key point, and how lovely that they've developed a partnership with at least this Luther Memorial. So we hope that they continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from other panelists?
I don't know
You
if
know,
there's
you're
much
the
to be
first
said after those two.
application of the morning one. Sorry. Go ahead, Ryan.
I
Oh,
was just
did
gonna
you just
say
say nothing to add?
I was just gonna say I don't think there's much to add after both of those comments. Everything that I had written down was already said.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, if you all just want to give a thumbs up, then indicate ditto, that's fine. Or you can share a comment or two. And Monica, I just saw a thumbs up from you. All right. Douglas.
Since I've been the organizational planning guy, I'll just say that they have both a long-term plan and kind of an annual operating plan. So I think that's showing just some sound approach to that issue, and I'm glad to see it. And that's all. But I really enjoyed these work samples.
Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to add. There was a relatively short community description, and I found those really helpful in understanding the context of where some of these organizations are operating and the communities that they're operating in. So I would love to see maybe an expanded response in a future application there.
Awesome. Great. I'm not sure whose thumb just went up, but that was great. Uh, thank you, Monica. I appreciate that. Sometimes it's actually very helpful to hear that the community description is helpful for you. Yesterday and again today, the comment about accessibility came up, and I just want to underscore programs that the Arts Board supports with public funding have to be in accessible spaces. So that's a given. How detailed they get with you all is helpful to hear, something stands out. But that's a critical component in all of this public access stuff. Yeah, so there are some nuances there, but we can get into it later if we need to. Meantime, if that is it, and you have already submitted your scores, and that's what that floating thumb was, Dale. Was that the floating thumb? Is everybody already in? No. Okay. All right. Maybe I should come up with another indicator than a floating thumb. Just do this if you're good to go, and then put it down, because if your screen is like mine, after a moment it just starts automatically reading that you have a thumbs up, and then it gives you an electronic version.
Okay, it's Chris, and I
Alrighty.
think I'm holding us up because it won't take my scores.
You are not holding us. Oh, I see what you're saying. So
Uh,
it's not letting
yeah,
you
I guess.
submit?
Yep, I did really fine yesterday underscoring in comments, and right now it does not want me.
You're trying to hit submit and it's not letting you?
It's not
Did-
letting me enter my score. So I think
Oh.
I'm gonna just refresh. And so I apologize for the delay.
I had that
That's okay.
happen yesterday, and that's
Did,
that's how I fixed it.
is
So,
that how you did it? You just rebooted the whole thing?
yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, nothing happened yesterday.
Minutes.
I kept forgetting to click I agree because my all of you guys are at the bottom of my screen and it keeps hiding the I agree button. So that was my hiccup yesterday.
Do you want to mess
Okay.
around with your view and see if you can shift that a little bit?
Wow.
Or does
Yeah, I
that work
fixed
for
it.
you?
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay. It is still, I refreshed and I'm not. How weird is this? I worked yesterday. Okay, let me go back. For some reason, it's not letting me
Dale,
do it.
do you
So
want to
Dale, what
go
did I
again?
do? I didn't do anything. I didn't even use my computer. Ah,
Yeah, I
okay.
don't know if all the other recommendations from panelists doesn't
Shoot.
do any good. I would suggest logging out of Smart Simple, logging back in.
Oh,
Okay.
I think I had to log out and log back in as well. So
All right. I refreshed and it wasn't enough. All right. Goodbye. I'm sorry. Talk about the weather because it's going to change. How about that?
No worries, Chris. Mornings take a moment sometimes.
Hmm.
We'll just dock your break time from here.
Yeah, that's it. I do not know why. Everything's the same. Okay.
But it's an opportunity for everyone to stretch if you want to do that at the top of the day and continue moving throughout.
Let me try something. You know what I might have done? All right. We're getting there. Okay, can I tell you what I did? As long as we're all into technology together. Last
What did you
night,
do?
last night I was working with my keyboard and I didn't disconnect it, so I'm trying to use my laptop, but I needed a little assistance. It wouldn't work with this was on. Anyway, you get it? I'm good. I'm good. Too many
Hooray.
devices, man. I'm good.
Mm,
Sorry.
That's all right. As soon as you let us know when you've hit submit, and we'll go on to the next one.
I did hit submit.
Okay, we're going on to the next one then. Fantastic. Thank you. All
Well, I'm not
right, our
seeing the
next
score
application.
in Smart Simple yet, so I don't know why that is.
But
Really?
you hit submit?
Yeah, let me try again.
Unless you intended to give them a 0. To doubt.
No. That's funny because it disappeared from me.
Hmm. Can you just send me the scores in an email, Chris, from that?
How weird
Just
is
send me your
this?
4 scores and we'll deal with it.
Wow. Okay, I will do that. I will
Yeah,
send you the
we'll
four
work around.
scores. Okay.
Okay, that'd be great. Uh, all right. Meantime, our next application is from the Madison Flute Club. And Monica, you are the first reader on this one.
Yes. So this is a detailed community for sustaining and promoting lifelong flute study and performance opportunities. They have a lot of educational events that they do. The main flagship event is their festival. This was born out of adult extension classes at UW-Madison in 2002, and they're currently presenting over 15 free concerts. I think some of the strengths that stood out to me is that they are not only serving Wisconsin, but well beyond that. They have a great flute community. It sounds like internationally, and they are able to offer cost accessible and a lot of free to public portions of the festival. There are also scholarships available. Some of the challenges that were mentioned were rebuilding membership post-pandemic, keeping up with rising guest artist costs, which we all can probably relate to, and addressing this challenge with seeking new contributed revenue sources and leveraging new member skills and resources within their community. So yes, they are definitely offering a lot of educational initiatives. They do also do some good evaluation. I'd be interested to hear from some of the more data-minded people on the panel to see their reaction, but they are definitely looking at their audiences and their members of the organization, as well as the National Flute Association's conference to gauge how they're doing.
Thank you. All right, Jillian, you're up.
I agree with everything that Monica said. The only other things that I would add were their budget seems to be fairly balanced. They've had some years where they've spent more on higher profile guest artists that have not drawn as much of a crowd as they thought they were going to do. So they have had some kind of ebbs and flows with their budget, but a lot of in-kind donations. And a lot of great partnerships with the Wisconsin Youth Symphony Orchestra and the Madison Hotel that helps to support their festival. And so they have a lot of great, I think, collaborations that are worth mentioning. They are also, as Monica said, looking to diversify how they're getting their participants, how they're looking at a lot of different things because they recognize that there needs to be some growth. So that would be the only thing that I would add.
Thank you. Other comments from panelists?
I thought in their evaluation of their kind of survey of flutist, flautist members, that I just appreciated that there was kind of both a summary and like individual responses. So it was really great to see like what the members are talking about and what's important to them. And I think also the organizational plan kind of shows it's kind of a little bit mixed together, like kind of a strategic plan and an operating plan. I think it's okay and it's perfectly appropriate for a small organization. And so I think it's showing some good attention to that. They might separate those things out a little bit more just so that there's a little bit more focus on like, what are things we just had to get done and what are things that change the organization in terms of putting us in a better position in the future. But I'm seeing good attention to that and I like that. Also, it's just so interesting that there's like a flute community, like there was an organ flute society when I lived back there, and it's just interesting to see that. So
Thank you.
Douglas took the words right out of my mouth right at the end there. I liken it to if I had a private studio and I just took baritones in. I think it's a testament to, and I'm saying all this as a positive. It's a testament to their work and their dedication to have such a successful flute community. I liked that, they were not cutting costs, but they were breaking down barriers by saying that their festivals are 80% less expensive than others. Just something that I would look into based off of something we talked about yesterday, just to help out with that budgetary stuff. And also, they are looking into getting more specialized flutes. I think the contralto flutes and low flutes. You could possibly look at raising prices on that, but having it as the choose your own price kind of thing. So you could have built-in donations in your ticket prices already. That's just one little suggestion that could possibly, if you're at 80% less expensive, maybe you want to be 75% less expensive and things like that.
Well, this is Chris, and I do that kind of thing. When you choose your own price, and if you said that we are trying to buy this flute, you can also sell the individual keys through donations and then ask people if they want to support it. This is just ways to help them. I look at their activities and their promotional stuff and their newspaper ads. It says radio ads, flyers, etc. I would also, yeah, I saw social media, flyers, partnerships. This area is so robust with music. I'm not sure little business cards or postcards or whatever it is with your QR code or your website on it in some of the public places. I just think that that might also reach more demographic. And then I'm going to comment that your entire board is made out of flute players. And as wonderful as that is, you may want to consider again expansion so that you can get some more diversity as far as leadership goes and connections, because everybody knows that the more people that have the visibility, the more invested they are. Positive comments on your collaborations with youth and with education, and thinking about the new music commissions, and also that you've purchased the first contra flute. Is that what they called it? Contra flute? Yeah, very cool. Haven't seen that yet. Thank you.
This is
Thank
Lori.
you.
I
Yeah.
just, so many great comments. I just have one thing to add that I noticed because I got really caught up in their flute festival flyer that was attached and all of the really great attention they paid to honoring students with their photo and bios. I mean, a lot of these students are, early teens, and to have something professional like this at such a young age in an organization that takes the time, they could have very easily just said where the rooms and the sessions were. They take the time to produce something, and it really helped bring their work to life. So I just want to commend them on that particular piece.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, please score.
It's working now.
Great.
Don't know why.
Thank you, Dale. All righty. This brings us to the Madison Choral Project. And the first reader on this one is Douglas.
Okay. So the applicant is the Madison Choral Project based in Madison. It is a professional choir of 24 singers. They have an artistic director who is paid, although there's a lot of that is in-kind, contributed volunteer time. So that's something that they note, and we'll talk a little bit more. And paid choir members and paid instrumentalists, founded in 2013. This is very much a small staff organization, very much a working board, and no other paid staff. And then another thing, as far as staffing goes, is that they've recently engaged a fundraising consultant to help them, bring in more revenue, reach their audience more effectively, and that seems to be paying dividends. We'll talk about that. They're producing 4 to 6 events annually. They've commissioned 12 pieces, many by Midwestern composers, and they perform mostly in the Madison area, and they are working in a variety of venues in that area. Things that I saw as strengths were this choir's work samples were great. They're very, very strong. I think they're also showing really creative repertoire. Very, good production value. Their audiences, butts in the seats, and very technically strong and creative, expressive performance. I found that all really good. They have strong connections with other arts organizations, especially in the Madison area. Kind of similar groups that are performing at a very high level. I'm seeing very creative and strong leadership from the artistic director. In terms of their financial management, I think that I saw their deficits in the first 2 years, and then they achieved a surplus in the third year. So it was good to see that the actions that they were taking seem to be working, kind of both with cutting expenses if they need to and increasing revenue. And like I said, they've engaged a consultant to offer some expertise there. So that seems to be paying off. And so I'm glad to see them doing that. One thing that I did see is that they're describing a lot of really good processes with evaluation. The sample is sound. I thought it was fine. And let's see, where did I take a note about that? Okay, so there's not a lot of numerical data. That's kind of something I would like to see a little bit more of in their narrative, just to kind of understand in more detail from that perspective. But I do saw some great evidence of action they've taken. They mentioned that their audience really appreciated hearing music by diverse voices that have often been kind of shut out of the choral music world. And so they've kind of continued and increased that approach in their programming in subsequent years. And they are also, had a really strong response from their audience of the intergenerational programs. And so they've been working with the Madison Youth Choir to just continuing their collaborations with that group. So overall, I scored this application really well, and I found, I think they're, some of the things that are kind of unique to this organization are that just this, this approach to staffing seems like it's working well for them now. I think it's also perhaps, they're reaching the capacity of that as well. So there's kind of, that's something they'll need to be dealing with over the coming years, I would say. But I think what they're doing now is strong, and I scored them well.
Thank you, Douglas. Lori, you're second.
I just have a couple things to add. One is around their board composition, to some comments made about applicants, and just taking a look at that. When I look at what their goals are, and they talk about the modest amount they're able to pay the artistic director, and infer at least that they might want to do more of that in the future. Having a board that can diversify where their donor and revenue sources are coming from would be a great next step, because this is a very high quality example of a nonprofit doing really, really great work. And I wonder, both from what they've have in their application, as well as what I see because I am in the Madison area, is are they reaching outside of their current constituents to grow? So I would just have them take a look at those pieces. Overall, this is an extremely strong application, and most of the other comments that I would have made were included with the previous speaker.
All right, thank you. Opening it up to the other four of you.
This is Chris, and I'm just going to discuss venue capacity limits. Audience growth. What a great problem. I love that. So they're looking for different venues, and when they collaborate with all these other groups, then they get into the larger things because, of course, there's costs involved. It sounds like the artistic leadership is solid with the national reputation that attracts singers. And great bio, and it says without full-time administrative staff, we are nimble and resourceful. And yes, a highly engaged board and volunteers lasts only so long. So I do wish them the best as well. I know that they are live streaming their concerts to broaden the audience. And again, there is a way to charge for that, but it's nice to have that free. Fundraising consultant, I like that. And then again, they're testing out that tiered ticket price so that they can attract people with financial needs. What I have experienced is when you have that tiered ticket price, you do a recommended price, and then often the people who are generous of heart usually give more. So good luck with that. I hope it works for you.
Thank you, Chris. Other comments? Or just a quick thumbs up so it doesn't do a floating thumbs up, and you're good.
I just want to
Monica,
comment.
Jillian, Ryan, anything?
Yeah, I just want to comment on the risks that they're taking as far as repertoire go. Um, in my area, no one's doing what they're doing in terms of tackling such prevalent issues head on, and not doing it in a way that like you could infer that they're doing it, but literally talking about humanitarian issues and things like that. So I really appreciated that, and it's nice to see them as a professional group take the lead on that to give people kind of
2
the confidence
minutes.
to do that on their own as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Go ahead, Jillian. No.
Oh, no, I was
Okay.
just say like everything I would have said has been said, but I
Okay.
thought this was a good application.
All right. Thank you. Please score. All right, Dale, thank you. Next on our list, we have the Token Creek Festival, and Jillian, you're the primary.
Sorry, I'm working from 2 screens this time around today, so I'm trying to get my
Okay.
bearings on that. So
Yeah, yeah.
get everything open here because yesterday flipping back and forth between everything was, yeah.
Too much. Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, so Token Creek Festival in DeForest, Wisconsin. 33 years old. For this festival. They closed down in 2022 and kind of reemerged with a new model offering events monthly instead of their previous summer festival that they did opening in August. They do 6 to 10 events per year, which are year round again. They have both paid local and guest artists from all around the country that come in. They are putting together their board, but the core members of the festival remain the same. Their artistic director and executive director have really given some great leadership for the festival. Excuse me. Getting my voice going this morning. Yeah. Their budget seems to be fairly solid. They've had some savings from the previous festival that's kind of sustaining them through the past few years. But they in 2026 are reestablishing with their foundation and their endowment and working towards finding new fundraising opportunities. They are participating with their community. They've offered reduced ticket prices, excuse me, not ticket sales, ticket prices to keep things affordable. And they've also, some of their venues they are looking at performing in have given more of an informal atmosphere, making it more accessible to more people, which I thought was good. Kind of as they do this transition from their older model to their newer model, they are looking at different ways in which to relook at their organizational plan and trying to best fit into this new landscape that they're trying to go in. I thought this was a good application. Like I said, the festival's been around for a long time, and I think they have a lot to offer their community.
Thank you, Jillian. Lori, you're second.
Jillian did such a great job of summarizing, and I just have a few more items to add. One is that I appreciated with the budget their explanation of their sort of regrowth and the direction that they're headed, and both in the way they framed it, but also that idea that when an organization is going through a transformation and change, looking at the plans is really important. And I feel like they've communicated well that they have a strong team in place to move it the next direction. So I appreciated the detail on the budget. Some of the areas that I thought about with the direction they're heading, one is if they develop more structured arts education programs, especially for youth and emerging musicians, that would help to extend their educational impact. That might also qualify them for additional resource in that rebuild. Continuing to take the great people they have in place and strengthening their long-term governance and finance systems, and including maybe looking at expanding their board and working on their funding base would help them with that new year-round model. And then finally, knowing who they're serving and what they need with more formal evaluation tools would maybe help them guide that planning, because it sounds like they've got a really great direction that they're headed with this rebirth.
Thank you. Other panel comments? Ryan.
Yeah, I want to echo what Lori said. I don't know if this is unique to this year or what. You have at least 3 people who are invested in education on this board. And so you're going to see a lot of that in our comments, especially when you have something that's unique and something that can bring a lot to your local community, especially in K-12 education, but even with Jillian's expertise in the post K-12 education world. It's in my opinion crucial, right? It's not, it almost isn't even optional anymore for nonprofit or profit organizations. Just connecting with the youth in K-12 spaces, it's going to open up a lot of doors for you. It's going to create a new fan base. It's going to create lifelong enjoyers of this kind of stuff. So I would just quickly echo what Laura said on those comments.
And since I'm the other education one on here, I'll just jump right on in. And that's exactly what I was going to say, is that you are missing a very big opportunity with 6 to 10 monthly events. If you could create the opportunity where you have those presenting in the schools or collaborating, even if it's playing during one of the people's or one of the group's rehearsal times, if it's not the entire school, that kind of connection, because on the demographics it said that there were 30 artists involved, and of course they're paid, and we want it to be exactly what it is. It says it's reaching 545 adults That's not enough for this. And then it says 12 youth. 12 youth under 18. So there's a big, big opportunity for expansion, for development, for more diversified funding, and maybe even some type of a connection through your community education so that your chamber musicians are getting that opportunity to diversify and again, to share their music on, if you will, various levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Douglas.
The thing that I noticed the most, I mean, I really do appreciate hearing about the education and the opportunities there. It was something I hadn't paid attention as much about, but it really makes sense. And so I really appreciate that. Um, it really stood out to me about how this organization has a really long-term vision and plan. So they're saying by 2030 that they're going to, let's see, what did they call it? The Token Creek Center for Arts and Ecology in 2030. So that's a really interesting vision, and I really would love to see them pull that off. And it's very difficult, but I think that all of the work that they're doing now to just kind of rebuild what it is, what this vision is of what they do now, as it goes on, that would be really interesting to see, and I'm rooting for them. But I would love, I mean, the photographs are very helpful. I would love to see kind of more of what these events look like. I'd love to see a video. I know that it's not required, but I just, encourage it and would love to see it. But I did enjoy what I heard, so I thought that was good. And that I don't have much more to add, so that's all.
Thank you. Yeah, you all are in an interesting place with this application because these applications are based on a retrospective. So we're asking them to share with you what they have done up to this point. They get to share a glimpse of where they're headed in that, what challenges and assets and opportunities do we have section. But this really is a backward focused kind of intent with the narrative and the materials. So you have that balancing job to do as you score this one. Monica, you haven't had a chance to weigh in yet, and I see that you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, everything has been covered so far. The only thing that I wanted to add was that in the How Did You Know section, there are some really great testimonials, but I would love to see some more numerical data in a future application.
Thank you. All right. If there are
2
no other
minutes.
comments, Susan is giving us the 2-minute warning. Thank you. Not warning, alert. Thanks. Thank you, Dale. All righty. Next in this category is a peri animum, and that is Ryan.
Thank you for saying their name because I was like, I don't want to butcher it. So this application is a Perry, and they are out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They are based off of feedback that they've received that from concert goers that most of them were white people over the age of 55. They really intentionally went to look into diversifying that, which I thought was a major positive of seeing an issue and then taking action against it. So they chose Rufus King High School, Milwaukee, to collaborate with, based off of wonderful data that they provided, that 75% of the students are economically disadvantaged and had very little access to professional musical workshops. And so, aligning with the create and perform standards in Wisconsin, they were able to give complimentary tickets, discounted tickets to families, and they said it was such a success that they're going to do it again in February of 26. And one of the uh, pieces of feedback that I was going to give as I was thinking while reading was, why not other schools? Why not have it as an invitation? And then in the next sentence, they wrote that they are expanding it to Milwaukee Public Schools and Fond du Lac Public Schools. And so I thought that was phenomenal, almost as if they were reading my mind preemptively. They have made tremendous improvements to their executive board through collaboration and reflection. They seem like a reflective organization that genuinely cares and reads feedback and then takes action plan against it or for it. I wrote that they have a clear line of funding that comes from 4 different sources, and they are working on an action plan to address the decrease in donations. Um, and they are, like I said before, they're diversifying based off of community feedback, and there are a lot of reflection is being done to diversify their audience participation as well. And so, and they're consistently working towards long-term solutions and not band-aids that will help just that current year, which I thought was a major positive as well.
Thank you, Ryan. Jillian, you're second on this one.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that Ryan said. I loved to see that they were really taking note of their audience and really trying to reach out and again, trying to make meaningful connections and making sure that they were authentically trying to connect with community, which I thought was wonderful. I'll add that their budget is pretty sound from what all the things that I looked at. I mean, always pretty consistently under, revenue exceeded their expenses. So that was good to see that they have kind of good, stable financial management, and that they have a plan for the future to kind of increase their grants and things that they're applying for, but that they're looking to diversify that income, which is good. But yeah, Ryan covered it pretty extensively for me, so I'll let somebody else add some comments.
Great, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I will add that I, as others have said, really appreciated the intentionality about serving the community and the outreach into the schools and covering the cost of the tickets. And their mission is really sound. When I look at their organizational plan that they loaded into the artifacts, what I see is just a calendar of actions or activities. And I would encourage them to take what they wrote in the narrative to us and build out that operational plan so that it includes all of that great information. Because the narrative was really rich and then the organizational plan didn't contain the same amount of information. I would think that that would benefit them to use it for other opportunities.
Douglas, Lori's getting into the planning.
That's okay. I'm happy to not be the only one looking at that. I mean, I would the things that are coming out strongly to me are they hired a new executive director, a huge deal, a big accomplishment. And I'm also seeing evidence of trying to reach new audiences, and I think that's really strong and important. And so those are things that I really appreciate with this applicant. I think I'm seeing good evidence of strong evaluation processes. I did want to see a little bit more concrete data in the narrative. They're referring to progress, and I'd really love to know, what does that mean? What does that look like? So I find myself saying, yes, this is good, and I'd like to know more. And I'd be able to say more if I had a little bit more concrete data.
Thank you. Monica, Chris, anything to add?
I think all of my points had been made so far. I think that Jillian already mentioned that the revenue and expenses look to be really on point. Again, absolutely love to see the response to the audience evaluation that they did and that kind of self-reflection and then action. It definitely seems like there's opportunities to do more of that and at the same time turn a challenge into an opportunity.
Thank you. Chris, you're muted. Did you have something to add?
How about that? Sure, I do. What I'd like to do is commend them on their educational workshops for 3 through 8th grade, 9 through 12th grade, that school, expanding that school, the intentionality of serving the more diverse population, partnering with Ripon College. I love that. So you've got kind of everything covered here. And then their revenues and their expenses really do fall nicely in line. So again, more data with the audience reviews. Their board is diverse. And I just say good luck. They've really got a great vision and I hope it works for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, all right. Hey, if that is what we have, then thank you and go ahead and score. All right, thanks, Dale. Next up is Monteverde Master Chorale, and Douglas, that is you.
Okay. So the applicant is Monteverde Master Chorale based in Stevens Point. They were founded in 1987. They have auditioned volunteer singers, a professional artistic director and pianist. They list 91 artists engaged in the most recent season and have 2 part-time support staff, executive director and I believe a development director. Over recent years, the last 3 years, they've increased their performances from 3, they say, to as many as 7. And that has including new locations in central Wisconsin, adding several other towns kind of close to Stevens Point, which I appreciate. They have also gone on tour to Canada and to New England in that time period. Let's see. Oh, sorry. I needed to scroll down in that same box there. Okay. Another thing that's notable about this organization is that they have a very strong connection to UWSP, saying that they're, a lot of music ed majors are members of the chorus and are getting good experience that way. And that the organization and the music department at the college benefit from this. They are planning a commissioned work to celebrate their 40th season coming up. So some of the strengths that I see here are, I think that this increasing frequency of the programming and like adding performances in nearby communities is really strong. It's showing interest in the community from what they're doing and increasing their outreach, which sounds great to me. They are doing intergenerational programming with students, which I think is great. The work samples I found to be strong. the strategic plan they have in here is comprehensive, and it seems to be very much in line with their mission and their community. They're moving through a leadership transition, and it seems to be going well. It's always a challenge, and so it's good to see that it is going okay. So a few of the things that I see here is like a kind of, again, I just wish to have more specific data in the narrative. There is evidence that the evaluation is happening, but I really wish to know more of what they're learning from what they're seeing. Let's see. Yeah, one other note that I wrote here, and I'm gonna, while other folks are weighing in, I'm gonna kind of go back and look at to see what I was talking about. But just saying that I would like to know more about the applicants' funding streams, and they have described a change in approach to their budgeting. And I'm gonna try to remind myself what I was looking at there, because what I'm seeing in terms of their financial management is that it's generally looking okay. There are some deficits 2 out of the 3 of the years that are listed. They're not huge, so I don't see like huge red flags here, but I'm gonna spend some minutes looking at that while you all weigh in. So thank you.
All right, Ryan, take it away a second.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add, based off of Douglas's words, is wanting more data as well. When you make a claim, I would love to have information that backs up that claim, right in that area. So, for instance, they mentioned that the impact extends beyond the concert stages, but they don't really talk about it other than having a strong connection to the university and a couple of music organizations. And then it says, life can flourish in every corner of central Wisconsin, not only in traditional concert halls. I just wanted to know more about what that means for them. I feel like what the difference did you make? I loved where they started, and I wanted to know a little bit more. So not a negative. I don't want it to be taken as a negative, but just as a furthering of the conversation. It's like saying I like ice cream and then leaving it at that and not letting you know what flavor you want. And so everything else I thought was very solid. I thought they had a clear um, solution to rotating leadership. I thought the partnership with the local university is strong and important. As always, I would encourage looking at the K-12 sphere just to further that even further. And then that growing from 3 concerts to 7 concerts a season is amazing. It's phenomenal. Who doesn't love more musical opportunities? And so kudos to your organization for noticing a need for growth and then making an action plan to make that work.
Thank you.
This is Chris, and I will chime in with they did provide data in their letter. If you got into the weeds of the year-end appeal letter, they used a little bit more data, and they said the support provided the support of over 1,000 audience members from the surrounding communities here, provided $5,725 worth of free and reduced ticket prices for community seats. And it says that they brought over 600 seniors and students to the concerts with no fees. And I appreciate that also in their year-end appeal that they said that their goals are to retain their artistic director, their accompanist, and their executive director. It's everyone's goal, but I thought it was sort of cute. And I do like that they are planning to reach out and serve more underserved audiences in this region. So as many partnerships as they can do with the schools, in the schools, their choir and another choir, I think that would really strengthen this group and invest in the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
I will
Other
just
comments?
add about
Yeah.
the budget. You know, they and the summary of this ties to my comment. You notice in the numbers the great fluctuation, and they take great care to explain that there's two factors driving some of their fluctuation budget. One is grants coming in a year different than anticipated, coupled with relying on key donors. So they talk about with their holiday concert, a key sponsorship not coming through. So my comment just is, I think they're already self-aware, but that continuing to really diversify their income and revenue streams so that they're not reliant on one large key sponsorship that's a make or break, or one or two grants, but rather trying to develop some additional streams of revenue to help support them. That'll help stabilize some of that they're experiencing.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Douglas,
Yeah.
did you want to chime back in on the budget thing
Yeah, as I
before we
reviewed
turn to
that,
Jillian and Monica?
what they've said is they've just changed their approach to how they think about their budgeting, is that they're kind of de-emphasizing grants, which is kind of exactly what Lori is talking about. So, I mean, I think that they're, I would say don't stop applying for grants, and I don't think that's what they're saying, but to say that as they're planning their expenses, to say that, in case we don't get that grant, to make sure that they're planning for that possibility. So I think that, that just shows some smart approach to this. And I really appreciate Chris for bringing in those extra documents, because it's interesting because there's so much data in those two documents, the appeal letter, and then there's also another one. I'd love to see that in the narrative. So that's definitely a recommendation to the applicant. But some of the information is there, so it kind of makes me, I'll raise my score a little bit based on that.
Thank you. And thank you for the comment to the applicant on that, infusing into narrative when you can. Jillian, did you have your hand up earlier?
I did, but Lori pretty much took the words out of my mouth, so it's all been covered.
Okay. Monica, good?
I'm good. Everything has been mentioned that I had noted.
All righty, thank you. Please score.
I just wanted to quickly say thank you to Kristen for pointing me in the right direction. I also changed my comments on my score based on the document. So
Those numbers.
Time.
Thank you, Dale. All right. We're heading next to the Racine Concert Band Association's application. And Chris, you are the lead on this one.
All right, thank you. The Racine Concert Band was founded in 1923 as kind of a park board event to bring things to their community. I love that. Throughout all of these years, there's only been 5 directors. Huge. Talk about a community. In 2008, they changed into various outreach modes. They added a parade. They added performing at the zoo. And as they enter their 100th season, they're offering free concerts, 3 world premieres, and they did a traveling exhibit of the stories, the artistry, and the history of their band. I'd love to see it. John Philip Sousa would be smiling. Their Rotary is involved. They do educational outreach. There are about 78 members currently in the band, and they reach over 4,000 audience participants. One of their biggest strengths is the Racine Concert Band jumped in after COVID to help out the schools. In 2023, they started providing lessons and collaborations within the schools in phase one. Now they are expanding in the future to phase two to provide 86 sessions in the schools to fill in the gap. For this summer, when they celebrated, they involved the mayor, they involved former students who are professionals, and they moved their concerts to a new venue that's accessible to minorities and challenges. Thank you.
Just so my notes are clear on that one, Chris. So uh, did you say they're accessible to challenges at the end? They're accessible to communities of,
So they built a new performance venue where people can come in and it's much more accessible to all
accessible.
kinds of patrons.
Gotcha. Thank you. All righty. And our second reader on this one, please. Believe that is Monica.
Yes, I also noted what an amazing thing it was that they turned a huge challenge into an opportunity to not just reach out and involve and foster the student relationships that they had and fill a need that the community had, but I'm sure that that has also had ripple effects into who has been invested in their organization and coming to their concerts. So I just really wanted to applaud that initiative and see that it's not only just been something that happened during the pandemic, but that they're continuing it and continuing to grow it even, it sounds like. They've also, what was the other thing that I thought was really amazing? Yes, they had some really amazing cover art on their program books that I noted. I just wanted to also mention that it was really original and fun. And sometimes I see so many boring program book covers. It was really refreshing that they paid attention to that kind of little detail. Personally, coming from a programming background, I would have loved to see a little bit more detail about what they're programming. But the school partnership and outreach is, again, really commendable. And I think really demonstrates how performing arts ensemble's flexibility can add a huge value to a community where a need existed.
Thank you. Monica, chiming back into the best practice theme from yesterday and today, would you say that the program covers are a best practice or just something that you noted as cool?
It was just something I noted as cool. I know we don't have the flexibility here to do different program book covers. I think we can only do like 2 or 3 a year now. So I know how much that is being limited. For some organizations, it's a cost thing. And
Awesome.
other organizations, just not practical, but
Okay.
they did something really unique there. So I wanted to note it.
Great, thank you. All right, other panelists, please.
I would just, related to the budget, what I found interesting were 3 data points. One is that their expenses are near or exceeding their income, yet in the description, they just say we have no debt. When you look at their long range goals and their strategic plan, they talk about building a capital campaign around instruments, which would be fantastic in that support. What I just wonder is, without more information, they must have some money in reserve somewhere that are different than the money listed in the revenue expenses. It would be helpful to better understand that because the budget and the narrative and that other goal, I feel like you don't have enough information to look at it, but the idea and the support for Racine Unified School District and this program are just simply outstanding. So I just want to make sure if they really want to move that way, that they take a look financially about how they might accomplish that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Douglas.
wanted to echo that I would really encourage this applicant to add more explanation to their budget narrative, just to tell us what's going on. Like I don't think that I don't see a big problem financially, but I do see, I mean, it's not all green flags. I'm seeing yellow flags in there. I did look at their 990s, and there is a healthy reserve. So like they're in a healthy cash position. But as they're considering these larger financial goals, it's just something to keep in mind about operating deficits and making sure that they're handling those in a way that is going to work for them. One other thing, a big thing that I ran into, and I'm sorry I didn't flag this earlier, but I only saw 18 seconds of video in their work sample. Did anyone else have that same issue? Like I reloaded it and tried to see more, but there's only 18 seconds there.
You know, I did actually have an issue with that one as well now that I'm looking at it again.
It's a good 18 seconds, but I would
That's
love
what
to
you'll
see
have to go
more.
on then. Alrighty, thanks for commenting there. Ryan, Jillian, anything on you from you?
I would just echo that, like one of the things I thought that could strengthen this was to like, yeah, ask for a balance sheet or a profit and loss statement, something that would give us a little bit more detail. Like Douglas said, you know, going through their 990, you can see that, but you know, it, I had to go back and be like, what are the lines I need to look at in the 990 to remind myself, you know what I mean? Because there was a lot of stuff that I needed to pull out. But I think that's kind of, again, for that best practices overall, with your narrative to put some of those bullet points in there, just, or a statement that just says we have a cash reserve or we have an endowment or we have something like that. Because again, with there needed to be a little bit more clarity to the budget and kind of that. So that's what I would add.
It sounds like this one is um, that's true more so for this one than for some others that you've encountered. Is that fair to say, or is that true for everybody across the board?
There were a couple others that I would say that this is also applies to them.
2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. Is it because it would be because they're mentioning challenges or strengths that they're looking toward in the future, and you want to make sure they have what they need, or it's easy enough for us to put something in the application form. So actually, to honor the timekeeping that Susan's doing, I'm going to put this in the list of things to talk about at the end of the day for the evaluation piece. Ryan, anything to add on this one?
Just very quickly, as a middle school educator, that uh, post-COVID now, with the work that they're doing, I just want to commend them and say that you're going to see with this continued work, increased participation in the high schools because of the work you're doing with the middle schools and things like that. So, in the narrative, it seemed like you maybe were disappointed with the high school numbers, but just know that with come due time in the next 2 or 3 years, because of the work that you're doing, you're going to see that come to fruition. So, nice job.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, please score.
Time.
All right, thank you, Dale. For this next one, Monica, we're staying in this part of the state closest to you, and we're taking on the Kenosha Symphony Association. You're the first reader.
Yes, so Kenosha, as just mentioned, 85 seasons, which is really impressive. They are providing a bridge between community and the arts. They had 72 artists involved at the time of this application, 800 adults engaged, 2,500 children, which was also very notable. No paid staff positions, and they perform their concerts at the Houghton. Oh, so sorry, I'm probably butchering that. Performing Center at the Ruther High School. Oh boy. Um, the youth concert program seems to have really excellent support and provide real impact, as is demonstrated by the numbers served. And the new side-by-side initiative with the local high school string players is something that I noted. And again, I think those kinds of initiatives have ripple effects into their audience member and community support probably. They were also providing master classes for high school students. So the strengths that I noted were a really dedicated group of musicians and patrons. They have a committed corporate holiday sponsor, which is really great to see. I'm sure that really helps them. The youth concert program has really excellent support. I liked the concert lesson materials that were produced to accompany that, and I appreciated that they included that in some of the supporting documents. Um, some of the weaknesses I noted that were mentioned, they, due to budgetary constraints, have had to reduce the number of concerts offered, and they're in a board rebuilding process that may be causing them some challenges, as well as trying to grow their audiences. They mentioned a lack of social media and internet presence, which might be something that they really need to focus on in growing their community if that's how their community likes to receive that kind of information, and it's a way for them to reach them.
Thank you. Chris, you're second on this one. And Chris, you are muted, just so you know.
Hi, I'm having a little trouble with trying to get into a headset device. I apologize for that. So I do think that they do need to focus on their social media and their other outreach, and they need to gather more data to share what they're trying to do. We've been talking about collaborations all day, and it's clear to me that this is a large organization, it's a strong organization, and that they could even do more with partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, other panelist comments, please.
So I don't see any work sample with this application. Am I missing something?
I hope so.
There's a
Just pause for a moment on that one. Can I hear from the other panelists? Were you able to access their work sample?
Hi, did you hear me or not?
No.
Okay, I apologize. I'm having a little technical difficulty for a moment. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Did you access their work sample?
There is no audio or video file. There is a literary work that they posted, but there is no sample.
Yeah, I seem to be missing that as well.
Well, where I had located and listened to it is they have a youth concert PowerPoint that's linked, and within there's a link to like a YouTube video where you can watch the symphony, but you have to go into that document and then you have to go into the slides to locate.
And that was in the work sample section, Lori? Or
Support.
was that in other support?
I have so many, yeah, I was gonna say I have so many screens open, just
Understood.
It's under the support documents.
yeah.
Okay. So your challenges panelists in that artistic quality section, that first section, is that your score is going to reflect your ability to judge the artistic quality of the work that they have shared with you via the work sample. Are there any other comments beyond the work sample issue that you'd like to share as a panel before you score?
Can I just clarify what you said?
Sure.
Because I located a video in a different section, can I consider that? Or
Absolutely.
okay, thank you.
You did due diligence and you went deeper than some panelists would go on other panels or this one to find that.
Thank you, Lori. I just listened to it, and since I was the lead on this one, I will say, and since I work for a symphony orchestra, that it sounds like a great work sample, but it would have been really helpful to have that in the right section or
Yep.
even in both sections.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, go ahead and score.
I will email mine directly to you and I'll get this figured out again. Sorry.
Oh, gosh. All right. Thank you, Chris.
Karen, could we take our break now? Because the next one is the one in
Yes,
potentially with
absolutely.
it'll give me a minute
Is
to
that
kind of
okay with
refresh
the
my
rest of
memory.
you? Is that all right with everyone? Okay. Okay, then let's go ahead and break now. Do you want to take the full 10? Yep, 10 minutes. Okay, so we will come together again at 10:40. And just turn your camera and audio off. Thank you. Or you can keep it on. I mean, whatever you want to do. All right, I have 10:40. If everyone's ready to come back on. Thank you. Great. All right, welcome back from the break. The next application on our list as we resume review is Esprit de Concerts, and that is a first reader from Lori.
All right, so Esprit de Concerts from Potosi, Wisconsin. This group has grown significantly over the past 3 years, demonstrates that it's expanding its partnerships and programming and deepening its cultural impact in rural southwestern Wisconsin. The festival presents 6 main stage concerts each June, alongside with free school and library outreach concerts that broaden access in that area of our state to live music. It's restored barn venue, which they improved with insulation and climate control, is their unique and distinctive artistic home that's they describe as welcoming and high quality. Key partnerships are with the Grant County Schools, UW Platteville, Wisconsin Public Radio, and that has helped them with their visibility. Volunteer participation, according to their narrative, has reached record levels and helped support the Tall Grass series. And though I'm sorry, I want to say through these combined efforts, they've transformed this into a cultural destination. It's important to note that they provided to us additional information, which was a detailed budget breakdown to show the distribution of the revenue and the expenses from the 3 main annual events that they hold across Wisconsin and Illinois borders. Approximately 55% of what was reported in that budget is connected to the Tallgrass Festival, and every program that they produce has a separate budget distinctive from the other. That's important to note because of the crossing state lines piece. While funds are restricted to allocated programs, their dual location allows them to run the Tallgrass. In their narrative, they talked about how it's actually because it's away from Madison and Milwaukee that the way that they're able to generate revenue and support is because it is serving that uniquely southwestern rural part of the state. And it includes year-long lessons for students and children in the community and their future goals. And I was really happy to see that. So just a few things about strengths and areas of growth. One of the things that I think is really important in that is the strong partnerships with the area schools, UW Platteville and Wisconsin Public Radio, along with their committed group of volunteers. That's an area of our state that doesn't necessarily have direct access to as many resources as some of our more suburban and big city areas of our state. And their audience response is showing that there's impact with many first-time attendees returning and expressing appreciation. A couple thoughts just about growing even stronger. Those educational resources and workshops during the school year, if they were able to expand those, they've got such a great opportunity for Grant County and southwestern Wisconsin. Broadening their donor base and sponsor base may help support that. But from what they say, I think they're already aware of that, but I think that's definitely an area of growth. And finally, continuing to build on their evaluation tools to better track who is actually accessing and attending, and whether they return, and how the festival's influencing them will help them continue to grow that Tallgrass Festival.
Thank you, Lori. And the second on this one, please go ahead.
That person is me.
Yep.
Yeah, like Lori said, we got some extra information about this, just like a little more clarity about the budget. So the thing is that like to know about this organization is that the leadership is all based in Chicago, but they're applying for support for for the activities that are happening in Wisconsin. So that's not unusual. It's unusual among the applicants that we've been reviewing today, but it's not unusual in terms of like nonprofits broadly. So I think I don't, there's no problem that I see there. In fact, I think it's like leveraging resources that are found in Chicago, which are much larger than you're going to find in Potosi, is a big could be a big benefit to Potosi. So I see that as a big strength. I also see that they have a very ambitious vision for the future of this festival in Wisconsin. A lot of expansion, and it seems like they're able to achieve it. That they've renovated this barn, with climate control and et cetera, to get all that done so early in their development is bodes well. So I think that it tells me that they're capable of achieving these things, and so I'll be really eager to see what they do. A couple of things that I would love to see this organization do. I again, like, knowing that the leadership is in Chicago, I would really encourage them to develop board leadership among Potosi and nearby residents. Folks that are living in this area, make sure that those folks are represented in leadership and oversight and governance. I think that's a really important thing, to make sure that you have boots on the ground in this area as well. Let's see. I thought the work samples were excellent. I thought they were really good, very well produced, and just showing really strong music selection and really strong performances. So I thought that was great. And then I believe Lori said that she wanted to see more specific data about who is attending. That was my thought, and I agreed with that. I would like to see more data about who is showing up to the Tallgrass program in Wisconsin. But yeah, otherwise, I thought it was a really interesting application, and enjoyed being aware of it. So
Thank you. Other panelist comments?
This is Chris, and I appreciated all the other information because it did give it a fair ground, being over two state lines, and yet it is really serving that area that's unique. I did notice that their outreach programs, it says that they're performing like in libraries, and it says in the public schools, and it's a little bit kind of focused on the elementary. But again, it doesn't talk about any of the connections with their area rotaries, with their area festivals outside of their own. They have a very great opportunity to make a difference in this region. And don't forget the nursing homes. Don't forget the collaborations with the local businesses, even if it's at a small level, so that there's investment of the community beyond bringing in all these amazing people from the region.
Thank you, Chris. Other comments?
I'll just say ditto to what Chris just said. Thank you.
All right. Jillian, Monica? Yeah.
I would just, again, echo kind of what Douglas was saying. I'm like, it was definitely when first reading this application and seeing that it was kind of, I was like, Chicago, but it's Wisconsin. It was really beneficial to see the budget broken out, so that you could really focus in and see that, like, oh, okay, this is the budget for Tallgrass, and this is what they're looking for additional support for. So that was extremely helpful. But I would also echo too that, yeah, having some more data on who's attending their performances would have been very helpful and strengthen this application.
Thank you. Monica? Yeah.
Yeah, again, it was really helpful to have the added detail about how the organization works. Was definitely confused about that in the beginning. I think everything else in my notes has been mentioned though, and oh yeah, and I had noted that I would love to see more in the community description, just because we were talking about two different locations. So that could be useful. I think maybe that was just added though last night.
Thank you. I would like to just put for the record that they are also incorporated in Wisconsin. So they are not just incorporated in Illinois and Chicago. So they are incorporated in Wisconsin and they have done their, due diligence paperwork for fundraising in Wisconsin and all that good stuff. So please know that and please score if there are no other comments.
Thank you for all the clarifications. It's really helpful.
Yeah, all the way around.
Time.
Thank you, Dale. All right. The next application before us is the Eau Claire Jazz. And Jillian, you are the lead on this one.
So Eau Claire Jazz in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Their two main events that they produce each year are the Eau Claire Jazz Festival, and then they have a gala, the Gatsby Gala, that they do in November. The Jazz Festival pays all of its musicians, and it has two paid full-time staff members, the executive director and an operations director. And then they manage a team of arts administration interns. Love that. They have 11 members of their board that meets 6 times annually, and they guide their strategic and financial and also weigh in on programming decisions. The festival wanted to note that it is one of the oldest and largest events in Wisconsin. And it is largely student run for the festival. And in 2025, they increased their sessions, making it, they increased their sessions, I think it was from like 15 minutes to 30 minutes. And it's important to note that this is a non-competitive festival. Which I thought was really good. It's really just a great time for these students to get the opportunity to play for these wonderful clinicians that they're bringing in, but also to get that feedback. So I thought that was really good and something to note. They seem to be in very good financial help. Balanced budgets. They've got I mean, there's a lot of economic impact with these festivals. All the from the survey that they the case study that they had as part of their narrative, they talked about nearly 3,000 attendants and well over $300,000 in that boosted their local economy. So that was great. Also wanted to mention their partnership with Wisconsin Eau Claire, University of Wisconsin Eau Claire, because I thought it was a great use of an arts organization that's partnership that's helping them to keep their costs low because it's providing office space and operational resources, and they have a very good connection with their arts admin program, so they have a very robust internship program, which I thought was good to note. And I think I will leave it there and open it up for other panelists.
All right. Douglas, you're second on this one again.
Yeah, as a jazz person, I am glad to see a jazz organization. There've been kind of surprisingly few of them, unfortunately, but it's okay. I've come to terms with that. I'm a Wisconsinite now, so I don't know where I'm going with that, but good to see some jazz. And as somebody who has done many jazz competitions, I was glad to see the kind of ways that they're in their festival of making it more open in terms of like having a non-competitive category, making sure that small rural schools are included, and also including like a modern band category. It's kind of just loosening the rules, so they don't have to have, you know, a 15-piece big band. If that's not what they have, they can still come and be adjudicated and learn and have a performance opportunity and see other students their age performing, and just have that community. So I think that's great to see, and so I really appreciated that in particular in terms of like how they're running a festival and how they're approaching a jazz festival was cool. Um, Agreed about strong financial management. I'm seeing that as well. I think that their planning processes seem strong. The organizational plan was strong. And so they seem to have a very clear vision, of what they're doing and what they want to achieve, and are uh, able to execute that. So I'm seeing lots of evidence of that, and I think it's good.
Well, this is Chris, and
Thank
I've been
you.
involved in this jazz festival over the years as a child, coming all the way through the ranks of the Wisconsin school music world. And I really didn't, I wondered forever how they got all their money and their strength and their outreach and their collaboration, because it's just a marvel to see the number of schools from across the state and well beyond that come in, not only for the traditional band, but again, the creative combos and whatever it is you have to do. This is a very highlighted piece for our entire state. So again, it was really curious for me to see how many stakeholders they are, because it really is a partnership with the university in the most creative way I have ever seen strength impart. And so that probably goes way back to Dominic Spera. I'm not sure who put this program together and hired executive directors who would do all this work, because a university does not have this. Maybe I'm speaking in the UW system. There are not that many arms that can do such a great job of administration, providing those internships. And again, when you have two full-time staff, obviously the product is first class. Two more comments. The gala obviously connects different crowd than it's going to be at the jazz festival. Jazz festival is geared more for students, but they hire professionals, world class, and they are also very good at highlighting the Wisconsin graduates and anybody who's, if you will, made it in the big world. They come back on a regular basis. I know there was comments about how much they're getting charged at the Confluence for their concerts and how those costs are rising. And yet there's, what do you do? What do you do? It's everybody's trying to make it on our budgets and to support the arts. So I think it's very strong, and I think it's a brilliant collaboration.
Thank you, Chris. Other comments from the panel?
I'm gonna wonder out loud, super strong program, super strong application. When I look at their budget, what I find interesting is they list zero in kind. And when I think about the relationship with the intern program and the university and the number of hours and the number of volunteers that are connected to have $0 and 0 cents in kind and then only the expenses listed, I just would like to see more about maybe the value that the university is bringing to this particular nonprofit, because it seems to play a huge role, and it would seem that there would be some type of in-kind that's coming in that way. So just to strengthen future applications, it would be helpful to better understand that, because everything about the program is extremely strong.
Thank you, Lori.
Definitely agree with that.
Other comments?
I
2
just
minutes.
um, Douglas mentioned this earlier. I just love that they're accessible, right? And so if you don't have the 30-piece band, you can still come in and you can still perform. And I just want to give kudos to that. I think that's the biggest barrier that I've seen in jazz music is we don't have the right numbers. And so to have that is paramount and really impressive.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan, for the time. Other comments before we score?
Karen, I have a quick question about in-kind, revenue. Is that counted in their total, or do you count cash only? Like kind of when you're calculating the like the
Oh,
rank.
we can talk about that at the end. Yeah, let's talk about that piece at the end and kind stuff. Yeah, thanks. All right, please score. Susan, I'm honoring your attempts to keep us on time. Thank you.
I'm gonna hire Susan for our staff meetings. She's doing a great job.
Alrighty, thank you,
Time.
Dale.
Perfect.
This,
Wow,
this,
that was
this,
amazing.
the Civic Music Association of Milwaukee. Ryan, you're the first on this one.
Thank you. Yep, they are obviously based out of Milwaukee here. They have been active since 1918. What I loved most about this application is the data that they provide. There's numbers everywhere, and so it made my data heart very happy. So kudos on that. They are very involved with youth music, which once again checks a lot of boxes for me. They have both paid and unpaid opportunities and scholarships, and so they do their best to make things accessible all the way around. In 24-25, 62 students received lessons, and another 51 auditioned. Uh, in this year, 64 students are receiving lessons from 28 teachers. I don't know how you spitballing ideas. I don't know how you make that where every student gets a chance. I'm guessing it has to do with teacher availability and so many hours in the day and things like that. But um, they have young arts scholarships, they have recitals, they have a kids music fest, which I thought was a wonderful and kind of made me jealous that we don't have something like that up here in Oshkosh yet. An experimental event for families to make music, enjoy music, and meet the youth music organizations in our community in which they can participate. The For attendance in 2024 was 465. Their goal this year is 750. They had 22 youth music organizations exhibited in there. And then they also have a nonprofit for-profit partnership with the Ivy House in Milwaukee, where they perform twice a season and features young musicians and adult musicians in what they call recital-worthy performances in a relaxed atmosphere where musicians are paid performance stipend. They regularly collaborate with youth, which is wonderful. They have a very diverse board. For those of us who appreciate diversity on boards, without reading all of them because we don't have time, there's only I think off the cuff like 6 or 7 out of the 19 who are actual musicians or professional musicians. They have attorneys, they have accounting professionals. I mean, that is a world-class board if I've ever seen one of diversity there. They have oh, there's one other thing I wanted to. Oh, they take feedback from local schools and they execute that feedback wonderfully. They have a lot of goals for growth in their programs. And so I wish them the best of luck, and I hope that they are able to achieve those goals. I know it's not the job of our committee today to assess numbers that aren't in existence yet, but I would love to see that someday. It sounds like a really great program with a lot of goals and a lot of people who are able to help facilitate those goals.
Thank you. All right. And the second reader on this one, please, Jillian.
Um, I think Ryan covered this beautifully. The only other thing that again I would chime in on was like they have a very healthy budget. Revenue exceeds their expenses, so they're doing well there. Um, I thought this was a really great proposal, wonderful outreach, as Ryan mentioned, of what they're doing in the school and those collaborations. So keep it up. Absolutely. Great proposal.
All right, thank you. Other panelist comments, please.
I will also say this is one of the best applications I thought I saw in the bunch overall with the documentation that they provided and also the work that they're doing.
Thank you. Again, always searching for those best practices. Is this sort of one of those that you would put as one of the best overall applications? Again, not trying to put words in your mouth, just clarifying.
Not to speak for Monica, but I would. I loved
Okay.
having everything just super accessible, being able to read all the documentation. I think this one, and there was one yesterday that I cannot remember the name off the top of my head. Both were really wonderfully written out.
Thank
Yeah, I
you.
would agree with
Great.
that.
Okay.
And I think it was the Civic Symphony of Green Bay from yesterday.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with all that in terms of all the written information and all the data that's presented. The only thing I don't quite agree is that the work sample, like all the videos that they provided, are all very edited and almost like marketing videos rather than like a sample of what's actually happening. So like they're, it's like the audio is not in sync with the video at times, and there's like voiceovers
It's
and
a
I
marketing piece rather than a work sample piece.
exactly, yeah.
Got
So
it.
that's
Yeah,
that's what
that's important
that's
to
what I
know.
would like
Thank
to
you.
see different from this applicant in the future. But I totally agree. I think it's a really strong application, and I see really good work being done. So that's what I would recommend.
I think
Thank
to
you.
the point that Douglas is making, what is challenging with an organization like this in the work sample part is that they're not really an ensemble or producing, they're actually supporting multiple entities. And so their own work sample might need to look a little bit different. So I think that's the tension point with the work sample piece with this particular nonprofit, because of the type of nonprofit and the role they play within the ecosystem in Milwaukee. I wanted to commend them on their strategic plan, back to the Love Fest about their application. Their strategic plan, what I really appreciated about it is not only did it have the priorities and the objectives, they actually had the impact and measurement listed on there. So it was so easy to follow their thinking about what they're trying to accomplish and how they'll know if they're successful. And I'd like to lift that up as a best practice.
Thank you.
And this is Chris. Everything's been said. It's absolutely amazing. It's strong, it's collaborative, it's solid financially, diverse board. Yeah, statistics for us. It's just really impressive.
Thank you.
And I thought also the number of people they're reaching compared to the size of their budget is also notable. Like that, it's very impressive in that respect.
Great. Okay, thanks. Any other comments on this one? All right, then please go ahead and score. All right, Dale, thank you. Moving from Milwaukee to Madison, we have the Madison Bach musicians. And Lori, you're the first on this one.
All right. So Madison Bach musicians are from Madison, Wisconsin, a 22-year-old professional early music organization that presents historically informed performances. They do educational outreach, and they also have community partnerships throughout Dane County. As described, over the past 3 seasons, Madison Bach Musicians has offered 9 main stage concerts, including large-scale works such as Monteverity's Vespers of 1610 and Bach's St. Matthew Passion, along with their annual holiday concert and chamber orchestra programs that they share at the Holy Wisdom Monastery and other major Madison venues. They have a structure of paid artistic leadership, paid performers, and a 12-member board that meets regularly. The ensemble provides outreach annually in schools through youth programs and community settings, which includes Wisconsin Youth Symphony Orchestra's Music Cambrio, which is a after-school string lesson program, and multiple high schools. And they offer complimentary student tickets as part of the accessibility commitment. They list a significant milestone in 2024 with acquiring a world-class Baroque chamber organ, which has enabled them to produce and perform authentically many major Baroque works. And with expanding programming and consistent attendance, they deepen their community engagement. So, in terms of the strengths, they are enriching the Dane County opportunities with performances like the St. Matthew Passion with pre-concert talks, a lot of their collaborations with youth choirs and schools. So we have in Madison, there are youth choirs that meet outside the school day, during the school day, and other local music organizations. So those collaborations are strong. Their artistic leadership and their own national networks make sure that they have top level performers, and their board is very supportive of the work that is being done. And they have a clear planning process that uses artistic input, board review, planning retreats, and audience feedback. That's what helps them shape their seasons as they continue to grow and look for areas of growth. Looking at the area, building a bit more administrative and financial capacity might help with their large scale productions while keeping all of their programs accessible and educational. They mention, and just in summary, that additional fundraising is important. Ticket sales alone can't cover the cost of major work. So just making sure that they've got a strong financial base for those. And then when we look at, they already are doing a lot with partnerships, but I think continuing to look at who they're partnering with and where that expansive opportunity is with the area of the state they're in is another area of opportunity.
Thank you. Ryan, you're next on this one, I believe.
Yeah. I'm not sure who this Bach guy is, but he's pretty popular in the Madison area, so I might have to do some research on that. What Lori said at the end there was one of my main takeaways too of you being a president of an organization. Ticket sales are only covering 40% of their expenses, and that's just not a sustainable practice. So finding out more ways to diversify your portfolio and revenue. I was really impressed by their board. I think without looking at it, I think 3 or 4 of them are musicians. The rest are lawyers, historians, DNR. So a very diverse board with many different strengths to bring to the table. I did appreciate that each year they have a collaboration at a concert with a school, or at least going into the schools, and then the youth symphonies and things like that as well. Um, I'm always impressed when you're doing mainly one composer's work at how you can diversify that portfolio and do contemporary artists and things like that as well. So otherwise, I think Lori pretty much took the rest of it.
All right, thank you. Other panelists, please.
Okay, it's Chris, and I just want to highlight that they are really connected in the community and beyond. You've got I noticed here Mark, the director of the Philharmonic, who does Austin, as well as the orchestra director, as well as Lawrence. I know him quite well. Very, very connected. Early music, period instruments when they need them, authenticity abounding. I love all that quality that they're putting in. But then what I want to highlight, yeah, because notice it says like Baroque style, the Baroque flute. Yeah, so they got that all covered, but they really do a lot of diverse places as well as ages and collaborations. I like that they're involving the youth orchestra, that they're involving elementary school students, and that they would invest in an organ to add such authenticity to their program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Other panel comments, please.
I'll go ahead. This is Doug. I'm looking at the organizational plan, and what I notice about it is it's very narrative, and it's kind of it, it's almost not really different from the information that's provided in the narrative, and I'm not seeing much goals, even though that they say organizational plan, goals and objectives, and I don't. That's not what I'm seeing in there. So what I would encourage it, sorry, I'll be more constructive and say what I would encourage them to do is to be looking, setting concrete goals that can be defined and measured. And so that when you look back at this in a couple of years, you can say, yes, we achieved that. And here's the data that supports it. So it needs to be an evidence-based plan that has several goals that are easy to define and say when you've completed them. So that's my main feedback to add about this.
Thank you. Other panel comments?
Yeah, I would just add I think most of everything has been said already. I liked that, like I said, they have a very healthy budget, and that any surplus that they had was reinvested into their programming, allowing them to do the bigger projects like excuse me, the Verity. um yeah, to do the Vespers that they did. I like that they had those collaborations and they were able to put more money behind those. But yes, diversifying their income is definitely going to be something that they need to work on and going forward, and would recommend, yeah, bringing in someone to really help them navigate that.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Please score. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Dale. All right, the next application is the Bach Dancing and Dynamite Society. And our first reader on this one is Douglas.
Okay, here we go. Bach Dancing and Dynamite Society in Madison, Wisconsin They're founded in 1992. They list 58 paid artists in their last season. Over the past 3 years, they've generally given 9 concerts in their summer season. And they also do free concerts in senior living facilities. They also did touring out to my neighborhood, actually, to Spring Green. But we'll talk about this a bit more, but they have decided to cancel that program due to rising costs. And so they, I think it shows, a tough decision that they say that they regret, but or not regret, but that they wish they didn't have to do, but decided to do because of strategic reasons. They just needed to focus on their core mission in Madison. Let's see. There's a lot of strong collaboration happening with Madison Choral Projects, Madison Youth Choir, and they are also showing evidence of programming composers that have been historically excluded from the canon. Those are the words that they use. They do provide some good data that I appreciated seeing. One example was a 15% growth in audience attendance in their last season. And then they also said that in that same time period, they had introduced half-price balcony tickets, which they say were popular. So given like a good bit of data there and kind of a good association with why they think that it's working for them. The strengths that I'm seeing, I thought the work sample was really strong. There's a high level of performance there for sure. Well produced, and the concerts are looking great, very professional, and that kind of thing. I'm seeing evidence that management is taking appropriate steps to meet organizational challenges, like I mentioned about making the decision to end their touring program, at least for now, and to they have also introduced some like shorter programs that include more of the artist speaking to the audience, which is a response to feedback from their community about what they find engaging. And so they've been trying to reach new audiences that way and showing some success with that. Their strategic plan I thought was strong. Yes, okay. One weakness I did see was that there is evidence that they are doing evaluation and that it is effective, but I would say that the sample that they provided, it's a sound survey. Like I didn't see anything wrong with the survey, but just that the data is like all in a way that like I couldn't really make much sense of it. And so it would really be, it would have helped me. It was like, this is like a strong evaluation practice that I'm seeing. It's like A-, like A+ would have been, can you provide some like more like visual analysis of that data and just help it to be more easy to digest. And that's going to help not only us here in the panel, but also, your board members or whoever needs to see that data and make decisions using it. It's just going to be so much easier for you to do so when you can kind of digest that information more. Yeah, I think those are the most things that I wanted to say for now, and I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody else.
Thank you. Monica, you're second on this one.
I think Douglas did a really great job. So I'll just see what else I might have to add. This area they reported as being really racially and economically disparate. So I think that that's something to note as important, and how they do or do not respond to that. I think they have been a very sensitive and responsive organization, both to fiscal things that we're talking about in terms of canceling certain concert series or touring, which I think they did more regularly. And obviously that's disappointing, but it's also fiscally responsible, and I wanted to commend that. They also thought that they saw stronger audience growth locally after that. And the response to starting their Incendiary Artist Spotlight series, which I thought was really clever that they went on, you know, with the organization's name and kind of did something with that for this smaller series, which I think has been successful for them in terms of having more artist to audience conversation and feedback. Yeah, I would have liked to know maybe a little bit more about that just from the programmer and me. But yeah, overall though, I would also have liked to see maybe some more numerical data, as Douglas was saying.
Thank you. All right, other panelists, please.
Well, this is Chris, and one of my big things has been how many artifacts really tell the story. And I think that they had probably, well, fabulous artifacts, programs, logos, letters of support, letters that they send out to stakeholders. And I just thought it was so extensive. So I appreciate that you can focus on a composer and make it happen. And I also saw that they expand their horizon. Yes, maybe they can't go down into all of the touring areas, but they did go to Milwaukee for the festivals of Bach, and you have to cut your losses. The smaller concerts, the whatever they called those smaller new series, smaller whatever concert, that audience engagement investment, that is a great way to build more revenue, because the kind of people that are going to come to that are probably the ones who are going to be able to help you support your organization. Nice diverse board, and thank you.
Chris. Other comments?
I'll just note that the other speakers have done a great job. I don't have anything additional.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I have nothing of worth
Ryan?
to it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough, then please go ahead and score. I'm sensing a ditto from you, Jillian. Okay. Thank you for scoring.
Karen, this next one is one that I have a conflict with, so I will mute and turn my video off.
I'm actually going to experiment with putting you in a breakout room again. We'll see
Yeah.
whether that works this time.
On that one.
Just making sure I didn't miss the floating thumbs up. There it is. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, we're moving into
You missed it
another.
about because we had made up a full minute and a half.
Please, Susan, don't let me miss it. Speak up, my
Okay,
friend.
thank you.
I'm multitasking over here. Thank
Oh,
you. All
sure.
right, we're going to the small budget organizations youth focus, voluntary/paid artists. And the Appleton Boy Choir is in this category. And Chris, you are the first reader on it. And Chris, you are muted.
Okay, then let's start again. Hi, the Appleton Boy Choir has been in existence for 47 years. They are generously supported by local partnerships. They are a hallmark of an event that is broadcasted every year called a Festival of Nine Lessons and Carols. Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. It seems to be part of the bread and butter of this organization and very, very high visibility. They switch it up a little bit with their content, and it's not just the one traditional. If you've done the lessons of nine carols, they switch it up a little bit, and that's wonderful because that attracts interest and sponsorship. The boy choir has a supportive board of directors, and they are working hard. It says working hard executive director to meet their goals. What I wanted to do is tell you how much music education is tied in with this organization. They do everything from lessons, of course, in theory and whatnot, to leadership, which really is important to me, community building. They do creative work, they do ethical work, as I said, and they involve graduates from their program back into the program for that wonderful circular experience. It says the community values and treasures the Appleton Boy Choir, and I know that for a fact just from being around the music world. They call themselves friendship ambassadors, and they use music as a medium to give to causes. So they've got that social thing going on. Their programming takes place 18 months ahead. Do I sound envious? 18 months ahead of any given session. Unbelievable. Sometimes it's out as far as 3 years so that they're building the gap. I'm guessing that that has a little bit to do with their touring, and I'm going to surmise that you can't do anything big and anything collaborative unless you are going out there. They've got corporate sponsorship, they've got local donors, they've got audiences involved in their concerts. Let's see, their expenses outweigh their revenues, their board is diverse, they've got feeder programs built in. They have clear planning processes that shape the season with their artistic leadership. They they're diverse with their programming, even though they focus on that one lessons and carols. They do a lot of other things and commissions. You will notice that their expenses are exceeding their revenue. The expenses are exceeding the revenue, which is a challenge with any organization. That, of course, is a red flag, and they're trying to address it. Their diverse board, in fact, if you look at the board, there's not there's not a musician on it. There could be a musician, but they all have other jobs, judges, insurance, physicians, attorneys. I appreciate that. You've got a lot of paid staff, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that are trying to make a go of this strong thing. Their artifacts and their visuals were fabulous. um High quality every way. I love their khaki pants and black suit coats. They're very professional when they go out and about. My only comment for concern, if you will, is that it said something like the statistics on audience engagement, they either attend or they don't. They called it a black and white statistic. And then they said for donors, they either give it or they don't. And I thought, well, we probably need to get a little bit more data to inform our process and then to engage our stakeholders in communication. I thought that was really cute. Yeah, a little cheeky, but really cute because it's kind of true. And yet we have to play the game and we have to always be reaching out. Two other things, they've had a recent national songwriting expert with PBS Kids in there. They've collaborated. They've commissioned people not only from Wisconsin, but respected the Wisconsin. And they have connected with the schools and they taught this new piece that was commissioned to over 3,000 students. How impressive. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Lori, you are second on this one.
Chris did such a great job. I'm going to just add a few things. First of all, this application is very polished, and so is this organization in a very strong way. And I know is a really an anchor in the Appleton area because they are such have such an established board and executive. I would just add a few observations that might support them with the qualitative and quantitative feedback part. So there's a lot of data and sort of matter of fact statements, but it would seem that they would really benefit from capturing the personal stories and feedback about how the impact is happening and who is being impacted to guide future planning. Because that balance, when you have stories to tell, can be really powerful. And that includes their board. I think because their board has so many different professions represented, they have an opportunity there to use that. The other thing I wonder about is intentional strategies to continue to broaden and diversify their audience because they are so established. Who else might benefit from the Appleton Boy Choir? So it's more of a wondering and less of a reflection on the actual application.
Thank you. Other panel comments, please.
I was just wondering if anyone saw what kind of community outreach they're doing, or if there's any scholarship positions that they offer for perhaps underrepresented students. That I had noted, and also what Chris had mentioned in the application stating audiences either attend our concerts or they don't. I'm not sure how helpful that kind of philosophy is. So those were the two comments I had. They're doing really amazing things though in terms of their touring and young musician development.
Yeah, that
Thank
would
you.
my comment, kind of echoing that last statement from Monica, was that I thought they did a really good job framing like what they're offering these boys and making them these future ambassadors and things like that. But I thought it was lacking a little bit on really getting into the weeds a little bit more with the community partnerships and what they were doing.
Few minutes.
So, yep, since we're at 2 minutes, I'll stop there. But, I just thought that it was a great kind of like storytelling, but we needed more data and more kind of like, these are the things that we're really focusing on and doing.
Thank you.
The only thing I
Please go
wanted to
ahead
add
and score.
was, sorry, did I?
Nope, that's all right, Douglas. Go
I'll go
ahead.
ahead. So I appreciated seeing the photographs in the work sample section. They're all good. I appreciate seeing them. I really miss having audio or video of the choir actually performing. It seems pretty important to me, and I don't see it, and would really like to. But they do include the score of this piece that they commissioned called Home to Appleton, and then they also kind of give a description of like the goals that they wanted to reach by doing that project. So I really appreciated that. And I just would really love to hear what the choir sounds as they do that piece or another. So seemed like a big omission to me that I would love for them
Just to
to
clarify, the work sample did not include an audio file of their singing?
correct.
And once again,
So unless
you'll
I'm
need
wrong
to
about that.
score, and once again, you'll need to score their artistic quality, that whole first section, in alignment with that.
You have to wait.
All right, if there are no other comments, then please go ahead and score. Ryan, thanks for going through the breakout room experiment with me.
It worked wonderfully.
When they do, they do. All right, thank you, Dale.
Anyway,
We are now moving into the mid-size budget organization category, volunteer artists. And the application before us is the Bel Canto Chorus of Milwaukee. And Monica, you are the first on this.
Okay, and I think you said they are located in Franklin, Wisconsin. They're a choral ensemble. The mission is to inspire the culture of communal singing in the greater Milwaukee area with a diverse choral music repertoire. They grew out of an ensemble appearing at the Chapel of St. Mary's Hospital in Milwaukee in 1931. And for a while, the only chorus in Milwaukee not affiliated with a particular church. This was one of the country's major oratorio choruses and now specializes in 20th century choral music, which I thought was notable. Approximately 100 singers, which are volunteer. I also love to note that they have a senior singers program. I think this is an age group that sometimes gets overlooked in sort of practical participatory programs and is a lot of times visited as a performance venue. But I thought it was really wonderful that they're serving this community in a totally different way. They do not have, as they described it, a captive performance space, so they perform in a variety of different venues. The strengths that I noted that the organization has clearly benefited from the continuity between artistic directors and has had a retention in members, donors, and audiences, I think because of that. Their board membership, they said, is growing. Some weaknesses, the application mentions the staff has been really overwhelmed at times and the organization has experienced a lot of staff turnover as a consequence. I think we probably have all experienced that at one time or another. So it's hard to read about a period that you're going through like that. So my heart definitely goes out to them because that is really difficult and they're trying to do some great programming. So, but they need to figure out a way to be supporting their staff so that they feel like they can do that work. And it seems like that is kind of where they are right now, trying to figure that out.
All right, thank you. Chris, you're next on this one. And you are muted again, just so you know.
All right, I'll just keep it on. So I want to highlight the retirement after 36 years of their conductor and how that has made a difference and how they've had to do a transition. And I think it was wonderful because, you know, that's a difficult thing, but they brought in the artistic director in the second one and then brought the other guy. So John, whoever it was, left the choir. So they really have worked through a lot of things. But one of the things that I want to highlight is their collaborations. And even though they don't have a set location, they are still doing great things by going into the schools, like upcoming Verdi's Requiem, with high school choruses from Kettle Moraine. And I love that idea because who can afford to hire those orchestras for the high school levels? Very large budget. Their expenses do this year did exceed their revenue, but not in past. They've been fiscally responsible along the way, but transition is going to do that. I also wanted to highlight that they went on a tour. And they went on a tour to Rome and they performed a mass at St. Pete's Basilica. And I love because the investment of the members wanting to do that kind of outreach is great. They're also they had a final concert at that big Bradley Center. And they're involved with Milwaukee. I love everything about it. And again, I do hope that they can get better board support to pay staff members so that this can continue and be manifested into a strong, healthy organization.
Thank you. Other panel comments, please.
This is one thing I wonder, putting together the pieces about the staffing turnover. And then when you open their organizational plan, there's a statement in the organizational plan that says they had a subcommittee that looked at the issue, and one clear outcome was that our previous staffing structure did not align with the needs of the organization. And after review, we've reorganized and now are moving towards a new model. Many volunteers have stepped up in the interim. The issue I'm identifying is I'm not clear on what the new model is. And if they've met, it would be really great to be able to see how they're clearly addressing that, especially if they're changing models, because changing staff members is one thing, but actually changing your org structure is another. And I think it would be beneficial to share that information in a future organizational plan, just to make sure it's clear on what direction they're heading with that.
Thank you.
I don't want my comments about the quality of the artistic side of their work to go unnoted. I think to what Chris said, there's a lot of really great things that the organization is doing from the artistic side. It's more the operational financial side that I was commenting on. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. Other comments on this one?
My comments would echo Lori's. Almost took the words right out of my mouth. So thank you.
Same.
Okay. Any other comments? Thank you for that thorough review. And yeah, please finish your scoring sheets. All right, thank you, Dale. Before we move into the next category, I'm going to encourage everyone to keep your cameras on, turn them off, whatever, and just get up and stretch. We have about 50 more minutes until the lunch break. So please, I'm going to take my own advice All righty. Thank you for that refresher. Please note that as you come back on, we are moving into another category. And this category is the mid-size budget organizations, still with paid artists this time. And when everyone has turned their cameras back on, we will begin with the Chippewa Valley Symphony. Monica, you are the lead on
Okay.
this one.
These guys are located in Eau Claire. They were founded in 1975. As you said, they're paid artists, and their motto is music you love by people you know. So they serve a metropolitan area of about 100,000 people, and they've been a vital part of the arts community in northwestern Wisconsin for over 50 years. They seem to have very deep community roots and had some really good engagement with over 2,000 adults and 1,000 children in their 5 concert per year cycle. Some of the strengths I noted, they do have a young artist competition, the finals of which are open to the public. They have a young composer competition, which is new, and a music moves me student art exhibit. So they're doing some really nice community and educational outreach. They are also doing a concert for patrons of all ages with sensory sensitivity. So that was really wonderful to read about. And they do the free educational concerts for the third graders and their guardians. Weaknesses that I noted, the application mentions dramatic increases in concert venue rental. I think I'm definitely sympathetic to that. They're not alone with that. And has had a support of the board continue given the advantages of that venue. So they've decided to stay with it, even though it has increased a lot. They're trying to address that challenge, and they said successfully by increasing individual and corporate fundraising and developing a volunteer usher team. So I don't have notes about whether that was proven with supportive data, but that was in their narrative.
Thank you. All right, Douglas, you're second on this one.
Okay, I just got back, so I'm orientating myself here. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't hear all of the person before their comments. So so I did see evidence of, you know, evolving creative choices in what they're presenting. I am seeing that they are anticipating a change in their artistic director in the next year or two or whatever that was. And so that's going to be a big deal. And it's good to see them planning for that and getting ready for that. I noted about their decision to continue presenting at the Pablo performance venue. And that seemed like they had made a sound decision with, you know, collecting evidence that made sense for them. The partnership with UW Eau Claire is very important to them, and it's good to see that happening. Oh yeah, one thing I felt was quite noticeable about this applicant was they called the relaxed concert, and so I appreciated seeing that and just seeing like different ways that they're trying to make, you know, an orchestra concert more accessible to different people that have different needs. I also really enjoyed seeing the Jeff Keyser concert, a jazz pianist, originally from Eau Claire, so that was fun to see. It scratched my jazz itch a little bit. Let's see. And I think that's mostly it. I think the strategic plan was well done. Um, and it seems like it is making an impact on decision making, which I think is great. And let's see, any other comments? Yeah, that's about all I have. So I'm curious what other folks have to offer here.
Thank you. Other panel comments, please.
I'll chime in. Just adding a few more things, like their past 2 season budgets have been balanced. They had anticipated increased expenses as they are planning for their 50th anniversary. And they did secure some grants to help cover some of those costs. And yeah, they're setting up some goals. They've established a fundraising committee with their board, and they're looking to pursue increasing their donations from corporate and from individual donors. So yeah, I think they're moving in the right direction.
Other comments?
Well, this is Chris, and I'm looking at their concert survey. And what's interesting about their concert surveys, it has to do more with the location of the venue than the repertoire. It's, how do you like the ticket prices? How do you like buying process? How is the interaction with the ushers? It doesn't really get into the feedback, if you will, of the music, of how it connected with you. What would you recommend in the future? Would you attend another one of our concerts? It had a little bit more to do with just the nuts and bolts of the place and the space. And that might inform why they want to stay at the Pablo, because it's really cool. Yeah, it's really cool, but it's really expensive. What did they say? I'm going off my memory here. Wasn't it like a 300% increase in the rental of it? If it doesn't come up here, it comes up somewhere else. Anyway, it's really unfortunate that that's happening, because it was conceived as a place that was to be collaborative with community groups. And I know that that's about an hour from my house. So there's a lot of people involved in what are we gonna do with this venue charging such exorbitant prices. Also, their director has been from Eau Claire, Nabu. He's retired. And so then the replacement, it will be interesting. They've done auditions. They are still doing their concerto competition. I actually have a student applying for that. And that really does attract people. Their pay of their members is very low, and yet it's still, it's that mentality that we are getting paid. And I commend them for making such a big, strong presence in that area and combining with the locals and yet expanding into rural. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Other comments?
I have two comments. Again, artistically strong application. My two comments deal with board and budget. So I noticed that this particular board is made up almost entirely of people who are educators and musicians, and they have a CPA on their board, but it might be good to just evaluate how the board is positioned to review budget. Because one thing that really sticks out to me, again, is that it says in kind zero, but there's an entire paragraph about how UW Eau Claire basically donates the space, use of the percussion equipment, and so forth. And typically those would be in-kind contributions. With their issue with the Pablo Center, why that's going to become really important is if either Eau Claire would start to charge, or UW Eau Claire, or some part of that relationship would change, they'd have to figure out that piece. And that is an expense that they would then have. So I just would encourage them, between their board strengths, to look at who might look at how they're reporting in kind and how they're capturing that relationship with UW, as they also have to navigate space challenges with cost increases with Pablo.
Thank you.
I would really encourage the applicant to, and like any group in Eau Claire, that wants to produce or to present at Pablo Center, to talk to city council about what's going on. They may not even know. So I'm just curious, and I don't know, but that's just something that I would recommend to this applicant would be to talk to the city.
Other panel comments?
Nothing that hasn't
All
already
right.
been said.
All right, great. Then please score.
Time.
Thank you, Dale. All right. We're moving now to the Central Wisconsin Symphony Orchestra. And Douglas, you're the lead on this one.
Okay, thank you. So the applicant is Central Wisconsin Symphony Orchestra in Stevens Point. They were founded in 1987. They list 80 professional musicians in the orchestra. They're over the last 3 years, they've been giving 4 orchestra concert programs annually with 2 performances each. Also a chamber music series that they're offering in surrounding communities. They have a youth orchestra. They are also offering concerts in collaboration with an adult disability support group. And they also are offering what they call the Very Young Composers Program. And so that one was started just this year. And then I believe that one of the other additions, I believe it's the Adults with Disabilities collaboration, was started in 2023. But even if I have those details wrong, there is a lot of evidence of expansion in the last couple of years, which is encouraging. So kind of going on, I mean, the thing that stood out to me strongly with this applicant was that they're doing a lot, like really reaching a broad range of services. They're reaching broad like subsections of the community in their area, and it's pretty impressive, I think, and considering the budget is not huge, like it's being done with a very modest budget in terms of the amount of work that they're doing and the amount of people they're reaching. So to me, that's very notable, and I was glad to see it. There are collaborations that I mentioned, and they're involved in the community from what I'm seeing. I find the financial management is sound and good. Don't see any problems there. Some of the weaknesses that I did see were the group provided like an org chart for their organizational plan, which I would just recommend that they think of the organizational plan as more as an opportunity to be looking ahead and thinking about important priorities they have, rather than, so it's, I mean, it's just, well, hopefully some of you saw it, but I think that is kind of a missed opportunity for this applicant. And then, oh yeah, okay. So another thing that I noted is that they do give one sample of their evaluation that it's kind of it's someone observing a session at a workshop in a local school. And so there's handwritten parts of it, and that I was not able to read very easily, which it's perhaps because it's scanned and not, didn't come across terribly well. The one thing, and I would love to hear from some of the education folks on the panel, but from what I read of the state standards for music, like I didn't see that the evaluation form was like related to those standards. So that would be a recommendation. And again, I'd love to hear other ed folks weigh in on that, but that's probably something that, you know, they could consider revising that to try to gather information that is related to those standards a little bit more. Those were the main things that I noted about this applicant. So I'm curious to hear from everybody else.
Thank you, Douglas. Ryan, you're next on this one.
I mentioned that they engaged in both long-term and short-term goal setting with their board directors and staff. They do engage in feedback through audience surveys, and educational programs are closely monitored by the educators within those schools who then provide feedback. And so to Douglas's point, that would just be that's what I would suggest is to lean on the educators for this organization to help them align with the standards if they're not familiar. Because it's not enough to say we're doing this and it looks good. Realistically, it needs to align with the standards. That's why we have the standards to begin with. I do appreciate that they saw a need for adults with disabilities to engage, and they found a way for this to happen. They seem to be very invested in, I don't know if I read this incorrectly or anything, but it seems like they're very invested in the 4th and 5th grade age. And I didn't see a lot past that. But I love that they have a lot of free and ticketed events. And so cost is not a prohibitive barrier there. And then it did appear that they are continuing to add programs to address the many needs of the community, which I really appreciated. One thing that I thought was interesting was they noted their deficit in having a music director who is also the executive director. Is that correct? And so he's doing double duty. And they mentioned it as a positive when they combine the two roles and open up new opportunities. I just know from like personal experience, I would not be able to handle that. And so I'm interested how sustainable that practice is. I feel like I could do it maybe for a year or two and then say, please help. And so that was just, I don't think it's a negative or a positive. I think it was just something that stood out to me as something of note. Yeah, and that's all I got.
Thank you. All right, other panelists, please.
I'll just add that to the point about evaluation, they narratively talk about the work they do, but when you look at what they lifted up as an artifact, that's actually a link up. So link up is on a Carnegie Hall, so they must have done a link up concert with the students, and that's a link up evaluation tool. I'm not seeing much evidence in that section of the overall evaluative pieces, yet they mentioned that the teachers are involved in evaluating. So one thing that would just really strengthen in the future is to tie those pieces together so that those are clear. There is a PowerPoint of like an annual meeting that shows some like just high level data points, but not the actual evaluative piece. And I just think they're doing such great work that would just really strengthen it to be able to see all of that.
Yeah, I would just echo what Lori said, because that was my comment as well, is that there was a survey, but I didn't see the data kind of supporting that. And so it was just kind of like, along with seeing the questions that you asked, you know, also give us the data points of like, what were the results of this and how will you use this? So, and I also would make the recommendation, as I believe Douglas made earlier too, is about just adding some more narrative to their organizational plan. Because again, it was like, we see the structure, but exactly how are you setting goals and how is this going to like move you all forward?
Well, this is Chris, and I do think that the director can do that executive director role because the vision is coming obviously from him. What I what I love is that they've served Portridge, Wood, and Marathon counties, and they really do focus on all of these collaborations and outreach. My last comment is over 1650 youth are involved, and 15, that's more than the audience members, 1595 for this orchestra. So thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Other panel comments? All right, please go ahead and score. Thank you, Dale. All right. Next, we head to the Manitowoc Symphony Orchestra Association's application, and Jillian, you're the lead on this one.
All right. So, Manitowoc Symphony Orchestra, in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, longstanding organization that presents high quality orchestra music, and orchestra music for their patrons, paid musicians, 3 paid staff members, a 15-member board, and they present 4 concerts per season. They have demonstrated, I think, a pretty strong financial stewardship and stability. They've been operating for a long time without a whole lot of debt and maintain kind of like positive net assets. That was in their narrative. And each year that they have a surplus, they have reinvested it in programming, and artist support and organizational. They do have an organizational reserve for the orchestra, so that helps them to remain vital. So I thought all of that was very good for their financial management. As far as community collaborations, they have a longstanding artist in residency program with the Manitowoc Public Schools. They have partnered with the public library, the Manitowoc Ballet, local businesses, kind of like the courthouse pub that is there. The concert series pairs music for all ages. So like I think they've got a good mix of just looking at their programs, like they've got a good mix of their offerings. They've commissioned work from composers, and they work very well with the music educators in their area. So, yep, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Okay, great. I did not mean to rush you. All right. Chris, you're next on this one.
So what I have to say on this is that they have really, with only 4 concerts, they're still doing a lot of outreach. So even though they're paying these people, they are getting into the schools, they are engaging with the community, they're doing concerts. They said that they engage 1,592 youth. and 1,700 in the audience. I do know of this group as well. And again, it's a lean staff of 3, but they do the fundraising, the marketing, the program, the expansion, the hiring the volunteers. And that limited staff is just high and mighty. Their community partnerships are strong. You've got good industry there. And I love that they're pairing not only performing in the library, they're saying literacy and music go together. So tying in the other arts is a strength of theirs. I thought their artifacts were good. They've got a very diversified board, like maybe the most diversified board, and it's a large board, and they get them together to inform their season and their future. They have a primary performance venue, and it does not have an area. I love this for service animals, but they're figuring it out. So I love that they are watching every part of how they can attract an audience and respect everybody in their region. So that's all I have. Good job.
All right. Thank you. Other comments, please?
I have 2. One, I really appreciated that some of their artifacts included their actual website and all of the information and ability for people to access a lot of that work publicly. So that was nice to see. The other is their organizational plan is very strong in terms of both the length of time. It's a good, 3 to 4 year plan, as well as it contains both their goals and their metrics, and that's really important to see, especially with an organization like this. Thank you.
Would you put that as a best practice plan or just a
I
good one
would
that you wanted
put
to
theirs
commend?
along with 1 or 2 of the others we've seen so far as best practice. Yes.
All right. If you think of those others, please share them at the end of the day because we would like to capture those. Thank you. Okay. Other comments?
I enjoyed seeing this concert feedback survey responses. Like it's all there, so they're all narrative, like qualitative feedback from the audiences. I thought that was good. I would love to have more quantitative numerical data that kind of goes along with that, and have it all in one place would be A plus. But this is good to see, and yeah.
Thank you. Other panel comments?
I would be more than happy to be proven otherwise. I wanted to mention from my perspective that they have a lot of great collaborations, but some of them haven't happened yet because of funding. So like this library collaboration looks amazing, and I'm really excited for them. But it sounds like it hasn't happened yet, and that they are, and they want to do more, and they want to expand, but they haven't yet because of funding. And so I just want to say that I hope that that they are able to secure that funding for this literacy and music program. That's something that I emphasize in my classroom with all of our top-down economics with literacy right now. But I I just wanted to be clear that that's factual, right? Like that they're looking for collaborations, but a lot of them haven't happened yet because of funding.
Thank you for asking the question. I'll wait for the other panelists to respond.
That's what I see in the narrative, is that it's not happened yet.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go back and reread my notes as well. Like that is a future plan.
No worries. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Ryan. Other panel comments? Monica, have we heard from you yet?
Don't think so. I really thought the artist in residence program with the public school was a great thing. And also I thought it was innovative that they're doing this curated meal experience at the pub that was already noted. I am really grateful for Ryan pointing out that the public library partnership has not happened yet, because that was something I jotted down as being a real strength. And it's good to know that they're planning that, and hopefully we'll see that in a future application.
Two minutes from Susan. So if there are no other comments, go ahead and score. Thank you, Dale. All right. Next, we move to the Racine Symphony Orchestra Association's application. And Lori, you are the lead on this one.
I need about 10 seconds. I need to reorganize all my data on my screen.
That's fine. Yes, thank you for saying that. Please feel free, you guys. You're juggling a lot of information today.
I just wanted to be able to see all of you. It's awkward to talk to my screen and not see your faces. All right. This is the Racine Symphony Orchestra Association from Racine, Wisconsin, founded in 1932, which happens to be the same year my organization was founded. Remains one of Wisconsin's longest operating orchestras and is a cultural asset in the Racine area community. Over the past 3 years, I noted they've presented 9 concerts, including annually, including their Pops, Masterworks, and Chamber performances. And then additionally have strong education programs such as their Young Artist Competition and the elementary concerts for Racine Unified School District fourth graders. Through collaborations with professional musicians, school choirs, local colleges, and community organizations, their expanded artistic programming has deepened community engagement. Strategic leadership by their board of directors and administrative staff, as described in their application, has improved internal operations, created new partnerships, including RAMAC and Carthage College. And I don't know when I typed that what I was referring to, so I'm gonna have to look back at my notes. As post-pandemic audiences rebuild, they're implementing some new fundraising initiatives, visibility strategies, and educational offerings as they're looking at their long-term sustainability. And finally, together, these efforts affirm their commitment to artistic excellence and being accessible. So in terms of strengths, their history of supporting young musicians with the Young Artist Competition and the concerts for Racine Unified are definitely a strength, because it gives many of the children in the Racine area that first live orchestra experience. Their organization appears to be steady and well run. They describe a committed and board staff who especially has helped guide the orchestra through those post-pandemic challenges that they and a lot of organizations have faced, which includes maintaining balanced budgets and building partnerships. They've also strengthened the community by supporting the local economy, connecting with elected officials, and their visibility with their outreach, and are working on current strategic planning in hopes of helping the organization with that long-term stability, again, stronger operations, and their feedback from audiences, artists, and donors that are guiding their decisions. And then finally, I noted, based on words they said, plus who they are serving, adding more music by underrepresented composers or works that reflect Racine's diverse community is just another great area for them to continue to focus on, to help them connect with even more youth and people in their area and increasing individual donations and reducing some of their dependence on those year-to-year grants might strengthen that financial stability. And then finally, I noted building systems that track data such as attendance, audience demographics, and program outcomes might be a good area for them to invest in, just so that they have strong data tracking systems for the great work that they are doing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Monica, next.
I was also really focusing on the programming aspects, and I really loved the initiatives that they included. Their musical flights at an event called Uncorked, or a restaurant maybe called Uncorked. And then they're also participating in a First Fridays creative crawl. I would have loved to hear like some more details about that, but it seems like a great thing for them to be participating in the community. And I also noted that they are one of the organizations that's tracking their local economic impact, and they said that it's anywhere from $20 to $150 per event. I love seeing that kind of detail in some of these applications. It's really impactful to read a number like that. Some of the weaknesses I noted, again, it would have been great to hear more about their community engagement programs or educational activities. I think they mentioned a young artist competition, but I have a feeling they're doing more than that, and it would be great to read about that in a future application.
All right. Other comments from the panel, please.
I just want one point. This was another organization where I don't think they submitted a musical sample. I think they had photos, but they did not, we didn't hear anything performed. So there wasn't any audio or a video with this group.
Correct.
And again, I would say that from a music organization, for their work sample to be a visual work sample leaves you in a place where you have to make an artistic quality decision about their work as a symphony orchestra without hearing the work itself.
I saw that as well, and well, let's see. Let me move on. I also wanted to echo what Monica said about the economic impact. I'm really glad they included that. They could take the next step in that, and like taking that average number and multiply it by your attendees, and then you have like one big economic impact number. And I think especially like as a best practice recommendation, I mean, I think for all organizations, that's a great thing to do, because and especially if you want to get the attention of your, local municipal leaders, they're going to pay a lot of attention to that. And especially in smaller communities, arts groups can make a huge difference. And I see that here in my small community in Southwest Wisconsin. The one other thing I wanted to highlight was in their strategic plan. I think the plan is sound, and it could be, the thing that I would like to see is that they have more concrete indicators of how they're measuring their progress towards those goals and how they know that they've completed them, to include that in there. Perhaps this is just the summary, but and then there's one other thing, like you'll notice that there's like 3 red circles on the plan where they circled, and I was like, what is that at first? But then it was like somewhere in the narrative they say, we decided to just kind of narrow down and just focus on 3. So I was like, okay, I get it. And it just shows good thought about like their resources and like what are they able to accomplish, and just focusing on what is most important. So I think that shows good judgment and just an awareness of resources and prioritization, which is really important.
Thank you. 2 minutes from Susan. Any other comments from the panel on this one?
Enough said. Thank you.
Okay.
Ditto.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So this morning we reviewed the Racine Concert Band Association at 10:10. And the strategic plan that I have open is identical, and I'm wondering if there was a misload potentially of the Racine Concert Band strategic plan. Is that just on my end, or are other people seeing that when they open the strategic plan link for? I'm just noticing it now. I would have flagged it earlier, but something caught my eye in it, and that's why I'm asking.
What is at the head? What is at the top of the plan that you see
It
right
just says
now?
strategic plan when I open the link, but it matched on my computer and it flagged it.
And there's no reference within the plan itself to the actual organization's name.
No, there is. That's why I'm saying when I open it, it says the Racine Concert Band, not the Racine Symphony Orchestra Association.
I am
And
not
that's what
having that
opens when
issue.
you open. Okay. Everybody else is seeing the symphony's plan? Yeah, okay.
I wonder if my computer is, because they share identical labels, thinking it's the same file. That's why I wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Do you want anything specific called out from that plan, Lori, before you go ahead and score?
No, it just didn't look like what I had reviewed the first time, and I'm having problems on my end with it pulling that same file. So thank you.
I gotcha. Yeah, thank you. All right, if there's no other discussion, please go ahead and score. Thank you, Dale. All right. Our next application is from Midsummer's Music. And our first reader on this one is Chris.
Yes, and this is, I've actually been to this and I have experienced this. So it was real fun to read the information on it. So this mission is to educate audiences with chamber music. And so it's focused on a summer place, and they've redone a space. It all came because of a partnership with a member actually of the Chicago Symphony, who must have had his summer home up here. So that it was founded in 1990. His name is Jim Birkenstock. And so yes, he's a Door County resident, but he was principal player and his wife as well with the Lyric Opera of Chicago. So this is their two home life. And so they brought all these great people up here to do a summer concert series. They bought a farm, they fixed their barn, they've added buildings. Door County, as most of you have probably been there, 14 towns peppered through here and 4 villages. And they have brought this high quality stuff that is reaching over 3,000 audience members a year. And yet, not only are they performing with their friends and bringing in the highest integrity musicians, they did feature a local Wisconsin composer last year who is actually at Juilliard right now. That's why I was well aware of this. So they reached out to him, commissioned a piece for string quartet, performed it. They didn't even mention that in the budget thing. 1,000 youth are involved because they do a instructional throughout the year. So yes, they have over 100 events from September through May, in addition to the Summer Institute. The string quartet members, of course, are paid. There are 2 full-time and 3 part-time admin staff members, and there are people who generously donate their time. Unbelievable. They're involved in the YMCA, they're involved in library performances, and these have taken place. And they are interactive, educational experiences. They paired the quartet with a book. They do petting zoos. They do health and wellness community partnerships. I could go on, but I love that they do a medicine program as well. So youth, education. I mean, this is like amazing. So it is quite the outreach piece that is a result of 2 quality musicians who had 2 homes and they wanted to make it a better place.
Thank you, Chris. All right. The second on this one is Jillian.
So just a few things to add, looking like she said, a wonderful outreach, and yeah, there are 40 concerts that they do and over 100 events, and the local schools that they're invested in. I mean, yeah, their partnerships are phenomenal. I would just say, like, looking at their budget, obviously they've had a lot of expenses that has outweighed their revenue. They talk about expanding their outreach being one of the reasons why this occurred. And then investment in endowment income in another year also incurred a loss. So they're working through that with their budget. But looking at their 990, they also do have some reserves. What else did I want to bring up with this one? Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say that I thought could have strengthened this proposal would to hear more about what the string quartet was doing. They mentioned that they're doing programs with seniors and with those who have dementia and their caregivers, and I just would like to hear a little bit more about that project because it sounded, I love that they're reaching out to that community, and I just wish I had a little bit more information on it.
Thank you. Other panel comments on this one, please.
I was also going to say that what Jillian just said about wanting to hear more about the Alzheimer's tablet concert program. I think that's what you were talking about. Definitely sounded very innovative and unique, and I would just love to hear more about that. I will say, again, from a programmer's perspective, I would have loved to see some more details on the programming that's going on. I see a lot about the string quartet and all the amazing initiatives that they're doing. But I would just love to see sort of what the concerts look like. The program book that was attached, I think, kind of did some background and I couldn't really find a specific repertoire information.
Thank you. Who else?
I do want to see more numbers in their narrative. I'd like to see more data in that form. But like I do see, I mean, there's a lot of evidence of strong community involvement and obviously the volume of stuff they're doing, I think is great. It's just that I just want to see more granularity there, just more like detail about how different events look. Then they give the number 3,000 adults over if it's over 3,000 adults, 1,000 children. I don't know, over 100 events, that's about 40 people at each one. So I kind of wonder if that's a number that is really accurate. I'm not sure. So that's something that I just a question that I have. And that's pretty much all I had to add. I think what everybody covered it was strong and echoed what I thought.
Okay, thank you. Ryan, I saw a thumbs up from you. You too, Lori?
Lost
All
my screen.
right.
I just I want to echo what Douglas said around just more data to support some of the narrative sharing that they did. I also noticed two things, but respect to budget and board that I just wonder about for moving, like continuing and moving forward. They named that they had increasing expenses. In 2 of the 3 years, their expenses exceeded their revenue, and but not really a description of and now what. So that would have been helpful. I noticed that the board is made up a lot of retired people specifically connected with music, as well as a few current music areas. And I wonder if, even if they don't expand their board, getting some support with just taking a look at that budget piece. And again, there may be a piece of information we don't have that then explains it, and then that's the end of my comment. But that did stand out to me.
Thank you. All right. If there are no other comments, then go ahead and score, please. Thank you. Thank you, Susan. When Dale has given us the thumbs up, we will recess for lunch and return a few minutes before 1:20. So, 1:17-ish would be great. Yeah, there is more. Thank you, Dale. Good lunch, everyone. Good stretching. See you in more than a half hour. 1:17-ish. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Pam got back, she had a meeting till 1.
All right. Welcome back from lunch. And we have a fun transition to announce here. I neglected to say thank you to Susan for chairing the morning portion of the panel. And yesterday, she needed to roll off for this afternoon, and we are welcoming our board member, LaShondra Vernon, to chair this afternoon's portion of the panel. LaShondra, thank you so much for making time for this. It's been a great conversation so far. I know you've been peeking in. And we're going to start up right at 1:20. But if you wouldn't mind, since it looks like we have pretty much everybody here, doing just a really quick intro. I'm betting that you've already looked at the intros of the panelists, but I'm happy to have them introduce themselves as well. But first, please say hi to this amazing panel.
Hi, everyone. It's great to meet you all. I am Lashandra Vernon. I am a relatively recently appointed member of the Wisconsin Arts Board. My business is called Prime Solutions. I'm located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I do strategic design, creative placemaking, and system design programming. I also serve as the arts and culture consultant for the Greater Milwaukee Foundation, providing resources to the overall arts and culture community. I am appointed to every level of government in Wisconsin at this time. And so cautiously dipping my toe into spaces where I'm asked to chair, but I'm very passionate about the arts and culture ecosystem here.
Thank you. Douglas, would you do a quick just name and where you're from, and then I'll move to you next, Ryan?
Hi, hi, Lashondra. I'm Douglas Dietrich. I'm a grant writing and nonprofit management consultant, and I'm in Viroqua.
Thank you. Ryan, next.
Hello, Sandra. I'm Ryan Lindley from Oshkosh. I heard you mention placemaking. I'm also invested in placemaking here in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Lori.
Hi, Lashandra. Lori Follins. I'm with my day job, Wisconsin School Music Association, Wisconsin Music Educators, and today I'm in Oregon, Wisconsin.
Monica, please.
Hello, Sandra. I'm Monica Wentz. I'm as Director of Artistic Planning at the Chicago Symphony Orchestra.
Thank you. Chris?
Hi, Chris Chernohoy. I am a conductor and music educator. I hail from Hudson, Wisconsin region. I cover this side of the state, if you will. We dip our toes into Minnesota now and then. Okay, every day. And it is an honor to be here and to meet you.
Thank you. And Jillian?
Hello, Lashondra. Lysandra? I say that correctly?
Chandra.
Nice to meet you. My name is Jillian Johnson Sanders. I'm the Director of Conservatory Programming and Community Collaborations here at Lawrence University in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Thank you, panelists. And Lashandra, you know Dale and me, and we are at 1:21. So we are going to resume the review here, and we are going to resume it in the mid-sized budget organizations youth focus category. The first application in this category is the Madison Youth Choirs. And Ryan, you are first up on this. And Lori, I'm going to move you into a breakout room because you had a stated conflict on this one. So let me just figure out how to do that. All right. Going to assign you to this one. Great. Thank you for accepting the invite into that room. All right. The first, yes, please go ahead, Ryan. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So this is the excuse me, the Madison Youth Choirs. As I get all my tabs open and ready to go again. They right. They based out of Madison. Obviously, main goal is to break down barriers for underrepresented groups and to continue reflecting upon best practices. And they have a devotion to eclectic programming and educational opportunities. What I read was each opportunity is unique, diverse, and age appropriate. The organization has full-time and part-time positions leading the executive decisions. Once again, organization has broken down barriers for underrepresented youth to participate in free and discounted programs. They mentioned they have a robust scholarship program that helps in the participation. And then I did mention that I didn't see, and I must have missed it somewhere, that I didn't see where they were getting that robust scholarship from. And I wanted to see like how many people were using it and things like that. They have communicated multiple times they're breaking down barriers for participants to be in choir music programming. They write letters to the governor, create professional development opportunities, and collaborate with top-rated educators, all while creating diverse musical decisions that benefit multiple groups of people. And then I thought they had clearly defined goals and then you consistently use reflection practices to ensure those goals are being met. They have a biannual international concert tour through Scotland, and they collaborate with the Symphony Orchestra Madison, Madison Opera, Madison Choral Project, Madison Bach Musicians, and Bach Dancing and Dynamite Society, all names that should sound familiar from today and yesterday. And then I was trying to review their board again. It looks like they have a diverse board. Some teachers, wealth advisors, executive directors, people who bring a lot of different perspectives, which is always good on a board. You never want, it's hard to look at a board and see just musicians and I think that they're doing their due diligence, which these people are doing their due diligence. Collaborating with boy choirs, they launched a free intergenerational music program called Madison's Big Sing. I don't know if that's connected to, I think there's a national Big Sing as well. I don't know if that's connected or not. Yeah, and then all throughout their narrative, they really highlight their collaborative culture and best practices used.
Thank you. All right, since we don't have a second on this one, we are going to open it up to Doug and Chris and Monica and Jillian. Comments, please.
Well, this is Chris, and it's very, very impressive. Quite the outreach, quite the collaborations. I noticed that their expenses are very low from their revenue. So they're a solid, diverse board, once again, was mentioned. Stakeholders in the educational system, stakeholders throughout the community. Yeah, I'm completely impressed. Artifacts are exceptional. I like the themed concerts. There was one thing else I wanted to highlight that was really cool, and it was about the struggles of doing a concert of composers that highlighted struggles. I can't find it, but it was somewhere in there, and I thought it was really interesting how they work together, and they've got visions, leadership, community impact, partnerships across theater, literary arts, visual arts. Wow.
Thank you, Chris. Other panel comments, please.
I will echo what Chris said. I think their financial stability is, I mean, like their financial management is wonderful. They're very stable. Anytime they have a surplus, it's always invested back into their to their programs, and that um they reflected, there was one thing where they had a pledge from a foundation to assist with tuition for their programs, which I thought was great, so that they can keep costs low and affordable for their constituents.
Great, thanks. Monica.
I agree. I think that they noted their lack of racial and socioeconomic diversity, so that's something they're working to address. But in the meantime, they're doing some really great community outreach. And I thought that they did a really nice job with their revenue and expenses. And the last thing that I wanted to note is this one again, I thought had some incredibly creative and beautiful cover art that they had, I think, in their program for their program books.
Thank you. All right, Douglas.
Not a whole lot to add, but I thought that their organizational plan is very much a summary, and I found that kind of in all of these situations, I really appreciated when applicants would go ahead and just submit like a whole detailed plan that has like, how do we know we did this, and what are the measurable outcomes, and how do we know we're going to do it, and what are we investing in that? Because as their, you know, their financial management is very good. I mean, it's like they're seeming to be easily meeting their financial goals, at least on a annual basis. And so I'd love to know, you know, how are they investing that money? You know, we've talked about their investing the money, and I would like to see how. And a really detailed, you know, strategic plan is going to have that information. So that's something I would like to see.
Thank you. All right, if there are no other comments, please go ahead and score. And Lashandra, as the panel scores, as you're jumping into this piece, if you would like to take the role of announcing, reading the name of the next applicant when their scores are in, and we'll know that because Dale sends a floating thumbs up across the screen. So once that thumbs up is given, if you'd like to introduce the next applicant by name, and then I can identify, just for the record, who that first reader is, that would be great. And as soon as the thumbs up are done at this point, actually, I'm going to bring Lori back in. So let's just see how that works. All right, thumb is up. I'm going to bring Lori in and close the room. Right. She should be here in a moment, I believe. Great. Okay.
All right, ready to announce the next one then, and that is Birch Creek Music Performance Center.
Great, thank you. And Lori, you're the first on this one. So if you want to catch your breath from the breakout room, please feel free.
All right, so Birch Creek Music Performance Center is located in Door County up in Egg Harbor, Wisconsin. Well, Birch Creek is a well-known summer music academy and performance center offering intensive residential training for middle and high school age musicians in jazz, percussion and steel band, and the symphony program. Over the last 3 years, they reported holding more than 120 events, training 573 students with the support of 263 faculty members, and reached over 30,000 people through their concerts and outreach. Their side-by-side teaching model gives students mentorship supported by an 80% faculty return rate and a strong student retention. Their work is further strengthened by community partnerships, adult learning retreats, school-based clinics, and free concerts. They report having a committed board, strong donor support, and experienced leaders who keep their organization running smoothly, even as they manage ongoing facility needs and leadership transitions. They also use surveys, focus groups, and community feedback to influence and guide their improvements in teaching operations and student experience. And finally, to note, their strategic plan contains 3 SMART goals from 2024 in the areas of volunteers and community nonprofit partnerships, facility planning and upgrades, and student recruitment and audience engagement. So overall, Birch Creek performs strongly across all 4 of the criteria we're looking at, with many clear strengths, and then I have a couple opportunities noted for growth. Their residential academy model gives students a powerful and immersive learning experience. With that ratio that they reported, there's lots of individualized attention. The organization appears to be well managed and has skilled faculty and active board and reported broad donor network. They contribute to their community through free concert school programs and by bringing visitors and economic activity to Door County. And they regularly gather feedback and report using it to refine their programs and facilities. Review of their 990 demonstrates there are assets beyond the budget revenue and expenses that paint a more complete financial picture. Just a couple quick areas of growth. One would be if there was evidence, I wasn't able to locate it, more clearly connecting what they do with the youth to the curriculum in K-12 and national core art standards would just help highlight the academic strengths of the program. Development of a long-term plan they talk about for upgrading in one of their SMART goals for their building, and they're addressing the space limitations they're facing. So that's definitely an area for growth. And then tracking who participates and understanding the barriers that limit attendance and who can access might help expand their community reach. And I think finally, if they could link their evaluation results to their long-term strategic plan. Right now they're SMART goals, but if they could make that link and engage a wider range of community voices, it might make their future even more responsive to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Jillian, you're next.
Lori, you are incredible. That is so incredible, thorough. I'm like checking things off my list of things I was going to talk about. But, the only thing that I would add is that Birch Creek is currently engaged in a 5-year strategic plan for their organization. So they are, as Lori mentioned, thinking about these plans. They have their SMART goals and looking to raise money so that they can upgrade their facilities and hopefully expand a little bit what they're able to do. The ratio between faculty and student is amazing, and these students are getting an amazing experience. Their performances that they give in the barn are incredibly high quality, and just they're doing so much for their community with engagement and things like that. Lori mentioned the free concerts. Anything else I could add? Yeah, as Lori mentioned, they did give more information in their 990. So they do have a line a line that I'm guessing it's in like an endowment or something like that, that they do have like a draw that they can of I think it was 150,000 that they can draw to balance expenses whenever they do go over in their budgeting. But again, financially, they're really solid and stable.
Thank you. All right. Other panel comments, please.
I have kind of a similar comment to similar to a previous application, which is that the work sample video that they provided. Yeah, I'm just kind of checking again. Yeah, so it's a video celebrating the 50th anniversary, and it's really well done. The video is beautiful. All of it looks and sounds great, and I'm really appreciating the passion that I'm seeing from like leadership and a couple of students are in there. But it's kind of similar in that I really am missing like seeing just a sample of the actual work being done that's not edited. Like in this case, it's kind of like an advertising or fundraising tool. And I definitely see the value in that. There's a lot of value in it, and they've done a great job. But I do want to see just like a real-time video with the real sound in, just showing us what's happening. I find that very important, and don't want to encourage the applicants to, even though they have this awesome 50-year video, to still include samples like that.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, the marketing videos and the celebratory videos are perfect support materials, not necessarily work samples. So it hampers you a little bit in determining the artistic quality score. Understood and noted. Thank you. Other comments from the panel, please.
I work in a similar situation on this side of the state at Shell Lake. And the strength of this proposal and the investment and the international piece, I absolutely adore. And I know that we are not getting even all the details, but look at how they the activities and the outreach and the marketing. And I mean, if there's a best practice, I have to say that we might need to pull this one up. They've got donor nights, they've got newsletters, endowment reports, fundraising. The communication layers of this are fascinating. Congratulations.
And thank you for calling it out as a best practice. As an overall application, except for the work sample, is that what I'm hearing from you, Chris?
Correct. That's what I think.
Great. Thank you.
And marketing 101, it's a class.
Okay. Thank you. Ryan, Monica?
The only thing I was going to add is I had noted that they reported direct economic impact of close to $1 million. And this was another application that I appreciated that they are calculating that and reporting on it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, LaShondra just said 1 minute. Okay, if there are no other comments, please go ahead and score. While you finish your scoring, I will point out that our next section moves us into the large budget organizations, youth focus applicants. All right, and I just saw the floating thumbs up.
All right, thanks everyone.
Yes.
That takes us to Milwaukee Youth Symphony Orchestra.
And Ryan, why don't you start us off?
All righty. I mentioned that the organization provides data-rich examples as to who in the community they're reaching, continually working towards allowing everybody into the program, regardless of finances, through scholarship programs and grants, clearly defined role in the community that they serve. They were established in 1956 as one orchestra for 30 students, and now today they are the largest after-school youth orchestra in the nation, and among the most respected and successful of such programs, which is wonderful to see. Organization regularly sees a roadblock and then through careful planning and reflection is able to overcome that roadblock through practices such as freezing discretionary spending. They have strong relationships with community partners that continue to make uncertain times more stable, which I really appreciate from a business standpoint. They have identified and minimized barriers so anyone can participate. They have clearly taken appropriate steps to diversify participation and meet the needs of their communities. They also address and meet the education, economic, and social needs of the students. The only thing that I saw as a roadblock for me, and I think it's probably more of me than them. For me, it was lacking a very clear long range plan outline, but uses enrollment feedback and from multiple areas and other sources of data to remain in line with their overarching goals. And so I would love to hear other people's thoughts on, especially Douglas, as he's our long range plan outline guy. That was the only thing that I saw from a application standpoint as an area of growth. But from the work that they're doing, I was very impressed and was appreciative of the collaborations that they engage themselves in and the reflection practices as well.
Thanks, Ryan. Lori, you're the second on this one. Sure.
All right. Just a couple items to add. Ryan talked about the diverse portfolio of not only students that they serve and the barriers that they remove, but also the stylistic types of music that are offered, even though it's a youth symphony orchestra. There is access to many genres of music, which is really impressive. I think one thing I'll just add, especially with an organization of this size, is that when you look at diversifying your revenue streams and making sure that the model you have set up to sustain at the level that they need to in an organization this big, building even more diverse and reliable revenue streams beyond just a limited pool of major donors. I bring that up because I think that a lot of organizations of this size are going through this at this time right now too, where as donor pools age out, bringing in more donors, other types of revenue streams, and not relying on ones that have been consistent just might be an area to look at. And that may be work they're already doing, but clearly make a significant difference, not only in the Milwaukee area, but nationally.
Thank you. Other comments from the panel?
Something I
Douglas.
saw was that the work sample There's a wind quintet playing. They sound fantastic. Um, but I did feel like I really wanted to see other examples as well, just because there's a lot of there's a big portfolio of programs and ensembles that are happening, and we only saw one, so that stuck out to me quite a bit. Let's see, uh, and then I did take a look at the long range plan, and I think it's I would say pretty good. I think that what I would love to see um, is just more measurable um, outcomes that they're going to produce, and how will they know that they've achieved them. So like I mean, it looks like a summary. It looks like a very top level sort of document, and that's often like a group will have like their public facing document, and then they have the more detail oriented one that they use for management purposes. Um, and again, I would say the best practice would be to give us the detailed one, and we're not gonna read through all the details, but we're gonna look at some and say, do they have details? And then we say yes, they do, and that's gonna raise the score. So I think here what I'm seeing is like, it's kind of like it's good that it's here, and I'd love to see a more detailed version.
Thank you. Other comments?
Well, it's Chris, and I will just say that they have, it's so thick with their three orchestras, with all of their history, theory, concerto competitions, masterclass, side-by-side rehearsals with the Milwaukee Symphony Orchestra. I'm completely impressed at how, but it's a staff of 27, and I'm going to echo Lori's comment on where are we going to get the future donors, because it is an aging population and there's only so many grants, and it's going to have to be a whole lot of sponsorships and relationships from businesses that have been nurtured. So data that says how much did you spend before and after the concert, might as well jump up into that like some of the professional orchestras do, because I think that this group has an amazing impact on the quality of life in Milwaukee. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chris. All right.
Just a brief comment. I will echo what Douglas said. It would have been nice, again, just for this large organization that is doing so much, to see more than one work sample. Even just to see like a little glimpse of a rehearsal of like the entire orchestra would have been nice, because again, it's like they're doing so much and doing it so well. It was just like showcase that a little bit more for us.
Thank you.
So I wanted to call out that I'm seeing good uh, survey data, like what they're presenting is, um, I believe, quite good. Like I noted that it was good, and I'm looking through it again right now, and um, seeing good things. So that's something I wanted to call out too.
Thank you. Yeah, Monica.
Everything to say that's great. So I just wanted to add that I really appreciate their impact report. I'm sure other organizations have included theirs as well. This one just was really beautifully designed, and the data sort of statistics were sort of right there jumping off the page at you, which is helpful. And obviously, at an organization of this size with this budget, they're able to do things like that. So great that they can include that.
Thank you. Thank you. All righty. Other comments on this one? And Monica, I'm just going to note that something happened with the quality of the sound of your audio, so it's just a little muddy, at least on my end. Um, so so that you know that. All right, if there are no other comments, then please go ahead and score.
And I had to restart my Google, so I think I'm right with the Wisconsin Youth Symphony Orchestra was next.
That will be the next one. Yep, you
Give me
got
one
it.
second, I'm reloading.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Thank you for saying something. Oh, Dale, feel free if I just drag along and you've already given the thumbs up to unmute and say thumbs up. Or someone else can call it out. Thank you, Lashandra. Has it gone already? Are we ready for the next one?
No, not yet. I've got a
Oh,
couple.
okay.
I think I had an issue, but I think I'm working it out now.
Okay, thank you.
Dale, did you get a score from me?
No, I didn't see yours yet.
Yeah, because I think something, because I don't, as I don't see the application on my end anymore where I can submit a score. So I'm wondering if I can,
Hmm.
where it went.
Do you see it, Dale? I mean, I'm going to go online and honestly, Jillian, if you want to just email me your scores, if you can, I mean, if you have the access to that material, do it. Otherwise, let's take the moment that you need to rediscover where that is. And I'll see if I can see it through on my end. Or Dale, if you see it on your end.
Douglas, I see yours now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Dale, is it just Jillian's that we're waiting for?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see it through Smart Simple, Dale?
Well, sure, I can see it, but
And you
my
can see her
administrator.
comments?
Yeah.
Okay. Jillian, would it be helpful to send that to you, to email it to you so you can access it, at least see the comments again, or what do you need in order to score?
I'm just,
I'm seeing numbers, but they're in the comments box, not where you'd put the numbers.
no, yeah. Okay. Well, this is why I print all these out.
Oh, wow.
Technology is awesome until it is not. Yeah.
To say I'm like, yeah. So I will email them, Karen, to
To
you.
me. Yep, that's great. I'll send it on to Dale. Thank you.
Then we can, yeah.
Dale, did we got the second set of scores from Chris from this morning? Is that true? Because we were waiting on hers.
Yes. Yeah. We did.
Great. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. All right. As soon as you hit send, Jillian, let us know, and then Lashandra can introduce the next one.
Yep. I'm just going to do this fast and just give you section and number. How's that?
or just number, whatever. We'll
Oh,
figure it out afterwards.
yep.
Thank you.
Send.
All right, thank you. Okay, Lashandra.
All right. The next item is the Wisconsin Youth Symphony Orchestra.
And that takes us to Monica to kick us off. Thank you.
So we have another youth orchestra, this time out of Madison. This is an organization that's been around over 55 years, and they are serving over 5,000 young musicians from southern Wisconsin. They have 3 full orchestras, 2 string orchestras, a chamber orchestra, chamber music, harp program, percussion ensemble, and a brass choir. They also have the WYSO Music Makers program. They do public concerts 3 to 4 times a year. They tour regionally and nationally and internationally. They have scholarships available for season tuition, private lesson support, and international touring. I love to see that because they are serving a diverse group of young students. Obviously, I'm sure they're trying to increase all of those numbers in the underrepresented, historically underrepresented backgrounds. A lot of their families are from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds. 55% of their students qualify for free lunch and reduced lunch in October of 2024. And I thought it was really beautiful to note that they provide food on their personal days as many children do arrive hungry. 67% of their students speak a language other than English in their home. So they're really serving a pretty diverse group of kids. Some of the strengths that I noted were that they have a new building right now. So that's wonderful for them. I'm sure it's much more comfortable. They have very strong community programming. They are growing a lot with the new building. And it seems that they're doing some good analysis and strategic planning going into this phase. They also seem to have some good fundraising and movement towards capital campaign goals. And this last note I have doesn't make a lot of sense to me, so I'll just leave that out. Not an evaluation weakness, but the application mentions that while the fundraising for capital campaign has been going well, there's still a gap. So they are hoping to reach that goal by the end of 2025. So that's coming up pretty quickly. And they have a sustainability plan in place, which I thought was wonderful to read about because sometimes our large organizations, we do get into cycle of running a deficit and then just carrying that over from year to year. So I was really pleased to see that they're thinking about how they get out of the cycle.
Okay, thank you. All right, and the second on this one, please.
Is me,
Go ahead,
Chris.
Kristen.
Thank you. What I'd like to highlight is that this season alone, the 2005 fall, we'll go there. They have hosted the U.S. Navy Band in a collaboration. They've had a Steinway artist. They've had concerts in 4 different locations at different high schools and middle schools, and I like that because it strengthens their whole vision. And I like that they're not all in one area. They've even gone into Chicago once again, to Evanston. And so we got a little tour going on there. I hope they went to the symphony. I don't know. That wasn't in my notes here. The other thing I'd like to highlight is that it sounds like each student is given a fundraising initiative of $200. And if you did not open up, which, I mean, we're all doing the best we can here, there is well, first of all, the photos are amazing. I'm into the artifacts. I'm into the programming. I'm into the marketing of it.
But there is, and I can't find it right now, but there is a link to the parent evaluation, and it tells you how people, they get to rate how their fundraising went. So I'm sure that they've got provisions. They don't state that for the people who can't really afford to do this, but those, here it is, parent survey, there it is. Parent survey results, membership survey of results. There's these beautiful bar graphs that show what kind of fundraising they liked and how many children they have, and they're color coordinated and they're so professional. It's really fun because the purpose of this is to improve clarity and communication, to give them alternative fundraising approaches, and to adjust their strategies with incentives. So I really like that they try to garner that feedback from the parents, the students, the audience, to inform their symphony and everything that they're trying to do. Quality is clear, photos show diversity of performance venues and also sizes. So they're using their chamber groups within here to get out into the schools and into some of the smaller places. Overall, I didn't find a whole lot of weaknesses. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Chris. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to the rest of the panel, please.
I wanted to highlight the fundraising as well. As someone who is beholden to what my school board and my district believes is our best practices, the ability to have the ability and the desire to seek out parent input, because as people who are in doing fundraisers, the magazines don't work anymore. The chocolate bars only get you so much, and I'm trying to choose my words carefully here because we're live, but the little trinkets, right, that cost $75 and break after a month of use, like those things don't work. And so for an organization to genuinely care about, or even like when I was growing up, you could go door to door and you could sell chocolate bars, and that's no longer safe or viable. And so I want to commend this group for seeking out and listening and finding, if you are asking your constituents to fundraise $200, what is the best way and most comfortable way for them to do that? I think that's amazing. It made me very happy to see that. So kudos.
Thank you for that. Other comments?
I really don't have anything
That's
to add,
good.
just, basically a ditto at this point. Everything's been said.
That's fine.
I
Right.
I
I was just
think
gonna
that
say
the
that.
only thing, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
I was gonna say the strategic plan that's linked is from 2022, which is pre-building, and I just want to note that I can assume that as they're planning forward that that's being updated because they're in a whole new space and place with their work. So I just would encourage them to, by next grant cycle, share any updates to strategic plan, because the work to date is very impressive. So it'd be great to see where they're headed.
Thank you for calling that out. Doug?
Yeah, and I don't have anything to add so much about this.
Okay. All right. Then please go ahead and score. All right, Dale, thank you. We are moving now into the large budget organizations, which of course pay their artists. And take it away, Lashandra.
All right. First on that list is Irish Festivals Incorporated.
And Jillian, that's you.
All right, so Irish Fest in Wautosa, Wisconsin, serving the Milwaukee area. Milwaukee Irish Fest, annual Irish American festival that takes place at Harry Manier. I don't know. Sorry if I'm butchering that festival park on the third weekend in August, attracting well over 80,000 visitors annually. Very impressive. The festival showcases 250 performances on 17 stages over that weekend. So it is, over that weekend. It's a 4-day festival, one of the largest ethnic festivals that's held in Milwaukee, and the world's largest celebration of Irish culture, was what I noted. They have 8 paid staff members and 5 members of their board. In addition to their annual festival, they also offer year-round programming for all ages, um, monthly dance sessions. They have events with local musicians that they sorry. Um, I'm rereading my notes here as we're talking, and I'm just like, what was I writing there?
No worries.
Um,
No
so,
worries.
the center, which is one of their programs, they perform at several different venues around the city. They bring in a lot of local and regional artists. Let's see. Da, 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 da. A lot of programming, a lot of things that they're doing. Moving over to the budget, over the past 3 seasons, they have had deficits. Like most of the arts organizations that we have been reviewing, everyone is struggling to rebuild audience after COVID. So festival attendance has been down. But they're looking at ways of increasing that. But they're also seeing increased expenses due to rising labor and production costs. What to say, like Irish Fest also has a school program that's impacted 179 students through 258 class registrations, giving them about 30, I'm going to say I'm like from 30 different Irish music, cultural, language, song, dance experts. So they have a large program that does a lot for their schools in their area. And they had a statistic about 418 lessons that their organization has, that this group has done. So yeah, overall, I thought this was a very good proposal. I'm about to say, like, it would have been great to see some more photos. And this was another one where I think there was only one musical sample, if I'm remembering correctly. So again, with all the things that they're doing, it would be nice to see a little bit more of that. But overall, I thought this was a good proposal.
Yeah, the challenge, before I turn to the second reading here, Douglas, the challenge is that we asked them, based on big panel feedback over the years, to limit their work samples as applications. So we say 1, and 2, if you really feel like there's something that the second one would add to the mix. So they certainly could have added 1 more, but they would not have been able to add probably as many as you would have liked to have seen. I'll just put that out there. And go ahead, Douglas, please.
That's interesting to know, actually. Probably does change the behavior of the people putting them in. So it'll be
We
interesting for us
also
to talk about.
emphasize that that is what the artistic quality score is based on. So
Right.
for those that had put in the marketing pieces as opposed to the work samples, just wanted to put that out there. Okay, please share your comments.
I I don't know how important this is or relevant, but like I was a little curious about like seeing this group as a music organization and seeing their fit in this category as a music organization. But that being said, there are other organizations that are presenting, and so that it makes sense. And then as I thought about it more, it's like, well, they're also presenting tons of music. They're also doing music education, and they have a music archive. And so I think all those things together, it does make sense for them to be in this category. But they're different than most of the others. But it was something I considered. But I think there's enough evidence that they do belong here that it makes sense to me. So um, we talked about the financial issues, and they are diversifying their sources of revenue, and I see evidence of that. I thought the work samples they did submit were great. I would have one thing I kind of felt that this organization did, and especially as they're applying in the music category, that the videos of the performances were great. I thought they were all very cool. I really wanted to see some of the music education that's happening. I would like to just kind of have that more strongly documented. Um, let's see. I mean, just the size of the festival is great, and it's obviously making a big cultural and economic impact on their city and their region. So I think that's really worth noting and good to see. Um, I noted that they only provided a bio for the executive director. And, since there is a bigger staff, it'd be good to know who they are and just kind of know more about them and see who's doing the work. Um, One thing I really appreciated was that they are either considering or they have done recently a rebrand. And so there was feedback, several questions in there about like, how do we represent this? Like, I don't know what term they were using, but like, I think one term they used was like this Celtic diaspora. Um, and how do we represent that? How do we represent it visually? What words do we use? Should we change the name of the festival? Those kinds of things I thought were all really great questions to ask the community and to hear what they think about it. So I kind of enjoyed seeing those kinds of responses and seeing that the applicant is asking for that kind of feedback. The last thing was, oh yeah, okay. So their strategic plan that they submitted, I thought was good. The only thing that I just didn't see much about the education plans. It's very much about like, how do we make this festival like kind of grow and evolve and become sustainable? Obviously, that's really important. It makes sense for them to put that in the foreground. But I just felt that like some of that education stuff, they have this kind of it's like a folk school almost that is happening, and it's operating in several different disciplines. I would love to know more about it and to see them kind of put it forward a little bit more, and it might help them to build a maybe a more well-rounded relationship with their community, just for them to so everybody knows about that they're doing this, and that it seems like it's getting some attention from the organization. So that was a suggestion for that, but I thought it was a really strong application.
Thank you.
I think the only
All right.
last thing I'll wonder out loud, and I have this in my own day job, so I can actually feel this as I read it in there. Because they have a product that's reliable on Mother Nature and weather, and they've lost money all the last 3 years, and they note that weather and festival attendance drive their revenue. Well, your expenses happen often before the event, and then you have to wish and hope for good weather and attendance. They mention looking to the future to determine additional development and programming activities to stabilize their business model. It seems like that's a critical piece for them just to be sustainable long term, because you can have a really great product, but if it gets rained out every year, it's really difficult to run your festival. So I hope that their comment about they're looking into the future to do that's on the fast track for them.
Thank you.
Well, this is Chris, and I've
Yeah,
been
Chris.
looking at, I looked at all of the data and everything, and I have to tell you that I added it to my calendar.
It sounded like so much fun. So I'm going to try to attend that this year because I thought that the idea of celebrating culture and keeping it in the forefront, and even if it's a narrow focus of their educational focus, their strength is them teaching the penny whistle and the bodhrán and the techniques of Irish folk or Celtic folk music. I do agree with Lori in that when you are weather dependent and your patrons are going to affect your revenue, you might need to be a little more reserved on who you're hiring and how many of these international guests you're hiring. So that's an artistic decision and a director decision, of course. But if you're going to make, you've got to somewhere in there get either private sponsorships for a group or something so that you can be sustainable. Because the model is fiscally challenged at this time. Thank you.
Other comments from the panel?
As someone who essentially looks like the poster boy for the Irish Fest, our family goes quite often. Every time I go, someone asks me if I can take my picture because of my big beard and everything. Then they get really upset when they find out I was born in England and not Ireland. And so, but anyway, it's a great festival. But I am going to agree with everyone that they're already connected to schools and to um, organizations and like lessons and things like that. And I really think to diversify their portfolio even further would be to lean into that and getting like physically getting into schools and not relying on the festival as your main source of income because there have been years where our family just doesn't go because of weather or this, that, and the other. And as a little joke, if I may, having an Irish festival in August where it's the hottest and the sun is the hardest, you know, we Irish people do not love the sun. But that's a joke. That's not a part of the score at all. But I would say getting into the schools and the community more, it's really cool that with their digitizing records, and they've been recognized by the Republic of Ireland as a meaningful resource, like really leaning into that and getting into schools and finding revenue through that source rather than solely relying on revenue from the festival itself.
Other comments about this application? Nope. Okay. Then thank you all. Please go ahead and score.
Oops.
All right. The floating thumb.
Yes. The next agenda item is the Wisconsin Chamber Orchestra.
Chris, kick
And
us
that,
off.
do you want to say my last name or should I just keep going?
Oh,
I'm
please
kidding.
keep going.
Chernahoy. Don't even try. Okay, so the Wisconsin Chamber Orchestra, strong since 1960 when it was founded. And this is one of the elite chamber orchestras in the entire United States, their words. And yet it really is. The conductor here, Andrew Sewell, very, very respected throughout the country. To me, a household name in my world. They do 5 concert series, Masterworks series in the Overture Center for the Arts, that beautiful place. They do a performance of The Messiah at a church in Middleton. And then they do free summer concerts on the square and Madison Capitol Square. And that shares the chamber music with over 200,000 individuals. And then they also expand into public radio, and they say that they get 60 like a 65,000 region-wide listeners. They can check those metrics. Public TV, 537 more families or residents. They are involved in a community arts center, and here's the big one for me: the Big Brother Big Sisters of Dane County, side by side with the Wisconsin Youth Orchestra. And so then they also focus and engage on about 2,000 people in grades 1 through 12. Wow, 24 paid musicians, 34, excuse me, paid musicians, 10 programming, 10 programs a year, paid administrative staff. Let's see, staff of 11. Let's see, they're overall the whole year, they say that there's almost 100 music events. 200,000 students are engaged. Adults that they're using as numbers, this would be face to face, 250,000. And they claim that their board members are paid. They are solid, they are collaborative, their budget is complete. Their board, as I said, was diverse. They've got a solid strategic plan. They use feedback to refine their goals and visions. They connect with youth on hundreds of layers. They do have long range plans and a good strategic plan. And I think it's a plus that they perform in a variety of locations, including a park. So I think that's just great. I would love to see how that goes with stringed instruments. I don't know if they
Thank
use
you.
pickups and are amplified, but that's not my charge. So my charge here is to look at the concerts on the square and how they have an economic impact on the community, and they do. They say that they get upward to an economic boost of 40,000 guests at those concerts in the square. So I'm completely impressed with this chamber music and with their strategic plan and their board of directors. And this is the other thing. They always involve the governor. They write to their state representatives. They try to encourage them to come, and sometimes they do. And then they introduce them if they know that they're at the event. Solid, amazing. Yeah, bravo. That's what I have.
Thank you, Chris. Ryan, you're next.
It's hard to follow that. So nice job, Chris. I
Thank you.
couldn't tell if you enjoyed them or not, but no, thank you for a great setup. The only thing I would add, the thing that impressed me even more was their programmatic partnerships with the Ho Chunk Nation, the hip hop community, gospel community, and educational programs like the UW Odyssey Project. If you don't know about they didn't explain it, so I'm not going to, but if you don't know about the UW Odyssey project, I would highly recommend just a quick Google search and 2 minutes of your time. Um, for them to be involved in that is highly special and very, very great. Um, the there was not much in this application that I was unimpressed with. It was overall very encouraging to read and very, I think I said this day one or even in early discussions of how blessed we are for everyone that is applied, but especially organizations like this who are hitting people that aren't able to be included a lot of the times. They're highly qualified. Children's programming aligns with the standards. Revenue streams are diversified and donations have increased dramatically. audience has grown. I mean, like Chris said, 40,000 for those outdoor concerts. That's unheard of. That's amazing. I just want to highlight again the working with Ho Chunk Nation, hip hop community, and gospel community. It's just not something we've seen um, these last 2 days, and so I just really wanted to highlight that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, opening it up to the rest of the panel, please.
Basically everything that Ryan said. I also just wanted to ask, I'm not seeing any video links here or audio, and I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. There were photos that I am seeing, but
Yeah, I saw the same thing.
okay, so I didn't miss anything. They just didn't include that.
So just to clarify, this applicant did not submit any work samples? Or they submitted a work sample, but it was not an audio or video? There was no work sample.
It's only photo.
Yeah, it was just photos.
Okay. Repeating what I said for an earlier application, this is a music application, a music organization. You are to judge the artistic quality of the work that they produce based on the work sample that they provided. And in this instance, you'll need to just base that judgment and score on a visual, not an auditory file. If there are no other comments, please score.
I have a question. I'm only able to locate what they called the strategic plan external, meaning it didn't really have any detail in it. Assuming that they only want to release as an organization a very high level. I'm just confirming with other panelists you didn't see any detailed strategic plan. Okay,
I
thank you.
had the same feedback. I'd really encourage them to give us the detailed version,
Yeah.
the internal one, just because I want to see that they have one. Otherwise, there's clues here that they do, but I did see like the marketing plan also says synopsis, but I thought it was more detailed. I mean, I would call it also a synopsis, for at this budget level. I'm going to expect that they're measuring a lot of outcomes and looking for a lot of data, you know, as far as measuring the return on investment for, what they're doing. So yeah, I had the same feedback, and the missing, having very little to go on as far as our work sample was unfortunate, and really hope that they'll present more samples of the performing group in the future.
Yeah, I just had something similar. They did a survey. I would have liked to have seen the results of that with this proposal, but yeah, definitely not having. I think it actually, like, if you yeah, I just opened it again, and it does say clearly, like in the description, external. So we know that they do have another one of these, or at least the impression of that for the strategic plan is there, that they do have an internal one. They just didn't share that one. So yeah, just echoing on these past few comments.
And for the feedback, they do mention at the end of their narrative that like audience feedback has not been at the forefront, but they are in the future are planning to measure impact by tracking concert attendance, participation, and gathering feedback from audiences and participants. So that's just data we don't have because they've not been doing it yet.
If there are no other comments, please go ahead and score. Thank you, Dale. All right. Go ahead, Chandra.
All right, next up is the Milwaukee Symphony Orchestra.
Take it away, Doug.
So yes, Madison Symphony Orchestra in Madison, established in 1953. They list over 40,000 adults engaged in in-person and over 7,000 youth. I'll kind of start by saying that, as we get into these, we have just the two largest budget organizations now. And so, I'm looking for really close to perfect. I mean, that's kind of my expectation. So overall, I thought they did really well. I mean, I think they generally did that. It's very well documented. And so overall, I felt good. I thought the work samples were strong. The orchestra sounds great. I'm, very happy with all of that. The planning and evaluation processes I found to be generally strong, generally effective, good financial management. Some of the weaknesses that I saw, they have this, the heartstrings program, and I didn't write down what that was. So I'm gonna, as you all are kind of talking, I'll remind myself, but they describe evaluation procedures, but don't share much data about the results. So I would like to, that's something that I would encourage them to share more detail of. I would love also to see video work samples, not just of the big concerts, but also of, these activities that are happening in other locations. And it could be like very short excerpts, but just enough to give us an idea of what they look and sound like. Let's see. Okay, and then this, oh yeah, well, okay, I'll skip that and come back to it. So one thing that I mentioned, another thing I'm looking for at especially an orchestra of this budget size, if you look at the board, it's a very large board, and that is great, and it makes a lot of sense. And some of the things I'm looking for on there is like I'm seeing lots of different professional backgrounds represented. Things I'm looking for. I'm also looking for are the musicians represented, and I do see a few musicians on there, and the MSO players committee. So that tells me that there's attention being paid to, the employees basically being involved in top level decision making. I don't see union representation, and that's something I'm actually surprised about. And I haven't seen any of that in either Madison or Milwaukee. So I don't know, maybe the musicians union isn't as strong here because I'm used to seeing that in my prior experience in Oregon. Not necessarily a problem, but it's something that I noted. And so I'm seeing representation on the board, and that's good. This last thing, this is like, I actually thought hard about whether or not I would call this out, but I decided to just because it sounded like it was inconsistent with the rest of the application. And okay, so it was this sentence: the Madison Symphony Orchestra is committed to serving audiences of all ages, races, affiliations, abilities, etc. And so the etc. is not mine, that was theirs. And I just thought that the use of that word in that situation was like notably inconsistent with the rest of their application. Like I think they're doing good work and being inclusive, and that word, just the way they wrote that sentence, like was not, I found that to me. So like it really stuck out, and it's obviously a tiny detail in an otherwise very good application, but it was just like I don't get that. Why would they do that? It seemed off to me. So I noted that and thought long and hard about felt long and hard if I would actually mention that, but I decided to for that reason. So otherwise, I mean, I'm very curious to hear what you all thought about this. I thought it was a strong application. I'm seeing generally what I'm wanting to from an organization of this size.
Thank you, Doug. We're going to head over to Monica now.
think that was a really comprehensive report. I don't have a whole lot to add. It's kind of a mid-sized orchestra, level orchestra, and I think they're doing a lot with probably sort of limited resources. I mean, not comparatively to the other groups that we're looking at today, these US orchestras. I know the Milwaukee Symphony has a union. I would assume that Madison does as well, Doug, just to answer your previous question. But I did not see it mentioned here to your point. The Heartstrings program that you mentioned is a music therapy informed program. And I also thought that was a really interesting initiative, but they never really got too in depth from what I saw into explaining that. And that's something I would have loved to see them talk about because I think it's unique to a lot of other orchestras. I enjoyed a lot of the programming that they seem to be doing. They're not, just sticking to the old war horses. They are doing programs like Beyond the Score. They are hiring ensembles like Time for Three and doing featured programs. So some definitely good diverse things going on there. And yeah, the rest of my comments were very close to what Lucy was mentioning.
Thank you. Opening it up to the rest of the panel here.
This is Chris, and I just want to comment on the 1,000 new people who came because they did a piece with the movies. I believe it was Star Wars, wasn't it? And Coco, they did sort of an outreach piece. And anytime you can do that, I'll never forget when the Minnesota Orchestra started doing this. I thought, what are you doing? And that was, of course, a few years ago. And now I think they do 6 in a season because it brings in so many new people. It really is outreach. It diversifies your audience for the future, your patrons, everything. And we just have to meet people where they're at. So I commend them for having a broad vision on engaging youth and engaging new audiences. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Other comments?
I don't have a comment. I just want to answer one of Douglas's questions slash points. They do have a union. I think they've been unionized since 09. And so it's pretty typical of an orchestra this size, even in Wisconsin, to be unionized. And I only know that because I think when I was in high school, I was in a chorus with them, and that like right at 9 o'clock, everyone started packing up. We're like, "What's happening?" And they're like, "Union, got to get out of here." So I just from personal experience, I do believe they are unionized.
Yeah, I'd love to see them call that out.
Other comments?
I was just going to go back to the very beginning when Douglas made the comment about Heartstrings, their program that goes into healthcare and senior and residential communities with a quartet. So I believe I'm trying to go back to when you made the comment. Was it about not having or wanting to see more beyond just the tool, but rather what the outcome from that was?
Yeah, just
Okay.
wanting to know more details about how that program is impacting.
Yeah, I happen to know this just from my previous employment because I was actually on their education committee at the time that Heartstrings released a book or book-like materials to the League of Orchestras, who then adopted. So Heartstrings started with them and has grown and is in other orchestras nationally. So it was definitely back in like 2000, I'd say like 12 through 16, something that they had grown here and then expanded into other orchestras nationally.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you. Then please score. Is everybody's comment sheet behaving this time around?
No,
Not yet, huh? Okay.
and I don't see one for you. Hmm.
For me,
Yes.
it's like, okay. I will email again because, yeah, 'cause it's gone from,
It's so
'cause on
strange.
my end, it says that I submitted it, so I don't see it.
Hmm. It's interesting. The status of your reviews is still initial review, not,
Just that one.
yeah.
Yep. So Jillian, if you wouldn't mind doing what you did before, except this time, go ahead and split them out into the four categories. You don't have to identify which four. You can just give us the four numbers and we'll add them up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm. Madison. Okay.
You sent? Okay. Dale, let us know when you got, or don't let us know. She's emailing it to me. All right. Lashandra, take us out.
All right, last but not least, the Milwaukee Symphony Orchestra.
Monica, you're leading this one.
Large professional symphony orchestra in Milwaukee since 1959. They have really been doing some innovative things to give music home in the region, develop music appreciation and talent among the area youth, and to elevate Milwaukee's national reputation. Annually, they are performing more than 150 concerts, reaching an in-person audience of over 135,000, which includes 30,000 students and educators. 2021 saw the completion of a multi-year restoration of the historic Warner Grand Theater into what is now the Bradley Symphony Center. And this is giving MSO its own venue for the first time, I think. And this has been not only great for the orchestra being able to choose their own dates and not be up against everything else that's going into Performing Arts Center that they were in, but it's really become an anchor for downtown Milwaukee and has supported other revitalization of the neighborhood. They primarily serve Milwaukee and southeastern Wisconsin. They are presenting diverse and accessible programming, and it's really been thoughtfully designed to address complex and multifaceted issues prevalent in the region. Some of the strengths that I noted is that they do have really strong community programming and investment in the community, especially with this new venue. It's really nice to read all those details. I had heard a lot about it, but didn't really think about it from an economic development standpoint. So that was really lovely to read about. They also have a sensory friendly concert, which I'm just really excited to be reading about that in multiple applications today and yesterday. And they are working to increase their annual attendance and capacity growth. There's been a significant economic impact to the community, and the Community Advisory Council was commendable. Weaknesses that they noted, and I think a lot of organizations are feeling this, they mentioned fiscal challenges and the past over-reliance on private philanthropy and some of those angel donors. So I think that's something that they're thinking about moving into the future. But as far as programming, I thought they're doing a really great job and seem to be a really treasured organization in their community and probably statewide.
Thank you. All right, Chris.
All right, I'm going to highlight their evaluations since we've been data driven and there's so many good things with this application. First of all, it's state of the art. Second of all, it's high quality. I'm so glad they have their own space that they can manage. They are excelling with this concert for schools, right? That's what it's called, concert for schools. And the concert for schools is bringing the music to them. But what's most engaging to me is the evaluation tool, because we've been talking about how do you and what do you even ask in order to get data that informs your future. And so I'm just going to read a couple of these for you if you forgot what this was like. They surveyed the teacher, the specialists, the administrators, the parents, the students, and then they ask all of these questions and they try to get where did you hear about the program? It's very, very specific about that. And then who attended. And I noticed that they focus on fourth grade. And then there's a drop off. It's so funny because there's not much for 9th through 12th graders. I think they assume they've got a lot going on. So it looks like their sweet spot is fourth grade to 8th grade. And then I love that they were talking about the length of the concert, if it's appropriate, any of the presentations, the effectiveness of it. Students were able to dig into it. How do you evaluate it? Their evaluation tools are first rate, engaging, exciting, and let's see if I have anything else to add from my notes. Oh, obviously the director is amazing and they are programming diverse works. And I opened myself to a new piece because I've never heard the Mary Lou Williams Zodiac Suite. So I am very, very happy to have evaluated this because everything's accessible. They're into economic development and they want to increase their audiences like everybody does. So good luck with that. Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the panel?
I was kind of looking again for, so again, like with a large professional orchestra, I'm looking again for, I didn't see that musicians were unionized. I'm kind of would be surprised if they weren't, but I would really like to know if they were. So I didn't see that again in the narrative. I do see that they're represented on the board, which I think is great. But otherwise, I wanted to see the detailed strategic plan again. It's like more of a summary that they give here. And I agree with Chris about the evaluation of that schools concert. Like it's great data. It looks like very strong feedback, and I think it's good that they're collecting that, and it seems like it's going to be very useful for them. So I was glad to see that.
Thanks, Doug. Other comments from the panel? If you just want to say ditto or nothing to add, that's perfectly
Ditto.
fine. And then yeah, all right.
Ditto.
Yeah. Julie, okay.
I'm gonna say like, yeah,
Then,
their marketing plan was very good and well thought out would be the only thing I'd add.
thank you. Given that, please go ahead and score. And when Dale gives us the thumbs up, we can take that. Do you want to take 5 or 10 at this point? I'm happy either way. 5, says Ryan. Is that going to be okay with y'all? Okay. When Dale gives us the floating thumbs up, we will take a 5-minute break, turn off your camera, and then we'll jump back on at 5 minutes after that point, whatever that is.
Dale, I'm having issues again. I'm refreshing, but let me know if it comes through or not.
I actually do see your score now.
Okay.
But what happened on the last one, I actually saw your numbers finally, but the status remains initial review, which leads me to believe you didn't submit somehow.
Well, it says it says I've got 0 pending, 0 initial, and 43 final now. So
Technology, we love it. We love it so much, especially when it works.
Next year we're doing
Not
Scantron
so much
sheets.
when it doesn't.
Yes.
Scantron, oh my gosh.
Dale, are we waiting for one more, 2 more? They're in. Okay. That would make it 2:59. See y'all back here. Thank you. All right. I have 259. And so what that tells me is that we have uh, accomplished the review of these applications together. And I want to commend you all for making it through this process this far. I want to thank you for the really thoughtful work that you have put into this. And on behalf of the Arts Board staff, am so very grateful for your work. Lashandra, I'll let you speak for the board if you want to do that. And then right now, as Dale compiles the ultimate list so that you can see what you have wrought, he's going to he'll share on screen um, the list that has the applicant with the highest average score from y'all, all the way down to the applicant with the lowest average score from you all. So you can see that work. You can see how it resulted in some numbers. And then if there are any that are below 50 or below, they will automatically be taken out of consideration, and we'll work with those applicants for an application that is stronger next year. If there are all applicants that are above 50, and you see that there's a really significant break in panel scores toward the end, and do you feel as you look at those that those applicants, even though they scored an average that was above 50, are still not ready for, or their applications and work at this point do not reflect work that is such that you would recommend a grant for to the Wisconsin Arts Board when they meet in December, then you can set the floor at that point. That may not happen, and even if there isn't a huge break, or even if there is, sometimes past panels have said, we're going to fund everybody because as we reflect on the work that we have reviewed over the last day and a half, in our minds, everyone has submitted work that is strong enough for a grant application. Sometimes that is the case for panels. Sometimes panelists say, we're going to put a floor here. So we'll get to that when you see the actual uh, a list. But in the meantime, this is also a time when we do some brain picking of you all with what is left of your brains. And I thank you for hanging in there and sharing your thoughts as you reflect on the review process itself over the last day and a half and the month that preceded that, as you reflect on the applications that you have seen in terms of the material that we ask for. Was it all helpful? Were there some pieces that you found not so helpful? And then reflecting on any trends that you saw within this group of applicants and what they put forth, or areas where they consistently could use a little more support or assistance or whatever. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to turn it to you all to say, what did you think about any of those things while we wait for Dale to create that list and share it with us?
I just wanted to start off by saying how appreciative I am for this opportunity to work with you all. This I look really tired. That's just my normal look. I think I had 3 Red Bulls today and a double shot of espresso. But that was before lunch. But I just want to say that in all sincerity, like this was a very enjoyable experience. Um, I have my own board meeting tonight after this, and this has brought forth a lot of ideas of how to make my own organization better. And my board's going to hate me tonight because we're going to go a little bit longer, but I will bring um, a bottle of juice or something to help ease the pain. Uh, but from the bottom of my heart, this was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it, and I've learned a lot, and I really appreciate the discourse, how respectful everyone was, and though we may not have agreed on certain aspects of certain organizations, we all had the same goal on the end, which was to help the organization highlight the wonderful things they're doing. If I could hire Chris to follow me around and just give me compliments, I would do that because just phenomenal. So thank you all. I really appreciate the time and effort it took for this to happen.
Thanks, Ryan. Other panel comments?
I just want to shout out that we all come at this from such a diverse, uh, array of backgrounds, and yet we're really trying to serve the public monies and make the world a better place through the arts. And I love that when somebody has missed something, someone else highlights it, and then you're going, "Oh my gosh, how could I have missed that?" You know, but that's why you have so many people on the panel, and therefore I respect each one of you and really appreciate the input that we've shared. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that and say that having you all to all do this together is really important, because there were many times when I'm just like, I I I know that there's so much more to say about this thing, and I don't remember. But usually, you guys always would help out with those, so that was really helpful. Just the wisdom of the group is super important. So I found it. I did enjoy it as well. It was really hard. It was hard for me to do, just to like fit in all the time to review all the applications, with like family and stuff at this time of the year. It was very challenging. And that's just the way it is, and understandable. But we got to the end, and I'm glad to have done it. And yeah, it is great to just see, just all the things that are happening across the state, and how much is being done, and how much people care, and they care a lot. And that's really evident, and it's great to see. So it's very affirming, and it's also very super educational for me, and like for my clients, that I can offer them some new ideas. So it's very cool in that way. So thanks all.
Thank you.
I'll echo the gratifying and honor that people have shared. It was really wonderful to be with you all the last 2 days. And I always find this, to Ryan's point, it's not only a review of the arts organizations in our state, but sometimes it's a good check and balance against the work we all do on a daily basis, and reminds us all to know better, do better. The only thing I wonder about, and I would say this is true of every time I've done this, is that it would help me feel better about my numeric scoring if we calibrated on a couple fake applications first, to figure out if the calibration of that 25-point spread is the same or philosophically similar to how we're doing it, especially when it comes to when you have an area and a list of criteria, knowing if we should be weighing all of those about the same and giving those points, or is it an overall score? And I think for me, just the way my brain works, that having a couple calibration rounds would have helped me know. I tended to score high and in my own higher range within the 25-point spread versus using this really large spread, for the reason you said, Karen. If I felt like application was worthy of award, but I was trying to calibrate, I would stay on that top end of the numeric system. So anyway, I just share that as something I would value in the future if it were possible.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up with you on what that would look like specifically. Thank you. Appreciate that. Did that resonate with the rest of you as well? Would you find that helpful? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
I think I'm the only
Thank
other
you.
person multiple times, but yeah, it's like from year to year, it's like, oh, I was really easy. Like I was very generous with my scoring. And then the next time around, like I was cutting people to the bone and I felt really bad.
I mean,
Based,
from year to year, kind
yeah,
of it depends,
kind of like,
and as
yeah,
long as you are consistent, it fits into the
yes,
average and it works okay.
yes.
I have just emailed you the list of applicants from top to bottom. I'm also going to share my screen for the public record piece here. but I didn't want to have to keep scrolling up and down because it wouldn't fit on one screen. So, Lashandra, I did not send it to you. Yikes, I'm going to do that right now. And then I'm going to give you guys a moment to take a look at this, and then I'm going to share it on screen. But first, I'm going to share it with Lashandra. Okay. And George, I'll share it with George. Oy. The one that I sent you, I hope, is the one that has, pardon me, I can't talk and do this at the same time. I want to make sure that it is one that has the average on the final column. If it does not have an average on the final column, please let me know. There were a number of these, and we will go through it. Okay, forwarding it to Chandra and George and Vivian. Okay. So now everybody should have it momentarily. And I will now go to the sharing of my screen so that others can see it. All right. Yes, yes, yes. Please let me do it. Thank you. Okay. So very green. Okay. So what we have here is each of your rankings or each of your scores, and then the average score on that far column. And I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom. And so you will see the bottom. So no one came close to the 50. So that is fine. And as I'm scrolling through it, just visually, I'm not seeing any large breaks myself, but I am going to give you guys a minute. And when you have had enough time with this and are ready to talk about it, I would ask that one of you make a comment, something along the lines of either, all of these scores seem to reflect quality of applications that are all deserving of a grant, and so we'll recommend this entire group, or I'm noticing a break and I would like to discuss whether we set the floor at this point below which we do not recommend these applicants for a grant. So
This is Chris, and I would like to recommend that they were all strong applications, some stronger than others, and I do think they're all worthy of a grant.
all right, discussion from the rest of the panel. And have you seen this enough that I can stop sharing so that we can see each other
I
again?
have it.
Are you all comfortable with that, given that you have it electronically? Okay. Alrighty, good.
Karen,
Do
can I
that
ask
then.
a clarifying question?
Yes, please.
The difference between setting a break point and having everyone above it and all receiving grants, does that impact the grant size for those above the line? If we were to have a cut space versus taking the whole list, does that impact everyone, I guess is what I'm asking?
The fewer grants that we make, the greater the amount
Yeah.
of the
Okay.
grant award. Sure. Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that is accurate.
For the sake of discussion, if that was to be reflected, and are you ready for the academic side of me? Everybody above a B, everybody above 80%, if you're looking for a cutting place, that would be a natural one. And
To be
just
clear, Chris, I'm
throwing it
not
out
looking
there.
for a cut. So I'm sorry to interrupt. To be clear, we're
Oh,
not
you
looking for
aren't.
a
Okay.
cutting place. What we are looking for is your sense of, wow, as we look at these, clearly none of us felt that that the ones at the lower score are ready. Given the scores that we've given, clearly these are not ready for public funding.
Yeah.
Sometimes the panel scores have lifted that information up. And so it is clear. So we're not looking to you to just sort of arbitrarily say, well, if we have to put a cut in somewhere, let's put it here. You don't have to put one in at all. But you have the freedom to, if you feel that one or more of those at the bottom are clearly problematic for various significant reasons.
I didn't think anywhere. I wouldn't eliminate any of them. I thought I'd like to see them all get some money.
So I've heard that from Chris and from Doug. Others weighing in.
I
Yeah,
concur. I concur too.
Okay.
no, the only
Brian?
comment I was going to make, I mean, it looks like we were all pretty consistent across the board, and I'm not seeing any gaps. I mean, even in the ones in the lower, the lower 5 or 6, we were all pretty much was still within range. So I would agree that everyone, submitted a solid grant and deserves some form of funding. I'm very happy that you don't ask us to determine what those amounts are.
You have in kind of done that in that those that with the lower scores will get, theoretically less than those with the higher scores, just because the score rolls into the funding to some degree. But yeah, we're happy to give you that gift of not parsing out dollar amounts. Ryan, have I heard from you yet?
No, I just have a thought, and it's not a good thought or a bad thought. I need to say it out loud so that someone can tell me that I'm dumb or it was a good idea. I just we have spent the last 2 days. I just want to clarify. I'm not for cutting anybody. My wondering is, um, we've spent the last 2 days putting these organizations in boxes, such as small, medium, large, and even smaller boxes from there. And then we get this long list of all of them together. There's a part of my brain that can't wrap around possible inequities in terms of like um, the higher. What I'm noticing right off the bat is the higher scores are coming from these professional level groups, higher level groups who can afford grant writers who have 20 people on their board, and a lot of the people on the bottom of our list um, don't have the resources to afford such luxuries. And so I am I will officially say that I'm not for setting a bar anywhere, but I do want it on the record that I do have a little bit of an issue with um, the ranking system as far as the higher people get more money, the lower people get less money because it feels inequitable and it feels like an inequitable practice for, of course, these people who are making millions of dollars a year are going to be able to hire quality grant writers, and these people who are making, I mean, or barely making $10,000 a year based off of ticket sales, are getting a middle school teacher to write these grants. And so uh, I, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know. That's not my place. It's just, it was a thought in my head, and I just wanted to say it out loud, I guess.
I will say that this is not by any means the only panel evaluation conversation where that issue has been brought up over time and over the years. So I don't think anyone's going to say that you're dumb. Would it be helpful to you out of curiosity? I have two thoughts. And then I'd love to hear from the rest of you if you do too. But would it be helpful to see a breakdown of those boxes? Like, so within the small groups with all volunteer, just to see how they did, and then the others and how they did. So you have a sort of multiple little lists to look at. I would say though that what you have done is taken the same criteria and you have judged the applications against that criteria. You have not judged them against each other. You have had a very clear process where you've looked at how are they doing according to these criteria. And the larger organizations have some additional criteria that they have to meet and some additional support materials. The smaller have fewer. These are ways that we try to balance that equity issue. Having said that, we are always working to figure out a better way of doing this. So if you have some thoughts on how that might happen, that would be great, either now or, down the road in the next few days while it is still fresh. That would be helpful too. We are very clear from the beginning that need is not a criterion, because uh, need is relative. And so that's not one of the criterion that we ask you to judge against. But the others, my sense from the way the conversations and panel discussion went for each of these was that you were seriously considering how this application, how this applicant's work aligned with the criteria that we're asking you to judge it against. So you're not comparing the littlest one to the largest one and saying, Psh, well, they clearly didn't do enough. Didn't hear that at all. Clearly
Yeah,
not true.
it's a good reminder. Thank you.
I
Yeah.
do see some evidence also that some organizations that I know were largest in budget size did not score the best and are are kind of distributed further down. And I kind of, I'm looking at some of those and I'm like, yeah, I remember that they were, one of the multi-million dollar budget organizations and they are towards the bottom. I mean, there's one example of that. Um, but yeah, it's totally valid. I think that one thing that might be interesting would be to like in the orientation, like as we're just getting started, might be to like talk about scoring a bit more. And
Okay.
So that like I think Lori said a calibration, and that's like to me that would mean like saying like if all my scores are high, like none of them go below 75, for instance, like that would be an example. I mean, I think my lowest score was 63. And I see like some other people's lower scores were like, well, not that much different than that. So, but that's kind of a good example of like what's a high score, what's a low score, and like when are we going to say, I mean, are we going to give any hundreds? A few people did. I didn't at all. But anyway, so I don't know. So just that calibration discussion could be interesting, and having a little bit more of that at the beginning might help.
So I'm gonna, because I'm positive that I'm not getting the nuances of what you and Lori are thinking. And if anybody else would like to join the conversation, please. But I'm gonna follow up this meeting with a request for us to just have a conversation, maybe, after you've had a chance to breathe and get your breath from this, but not too long, because I want it still to be fresh. So I'll send an email to you both because I would love to learn a little bit more about what you're thinking and how we could do that. Especially if it would be helpful to other panelists. And it looked like everybody was nodding when Lori brought it up earlier. So thank you for that. Noted. Other thoughts, both about and thank you, Lashondra, for keeping us on task time-wise. Other thoughts in terms of the kinds of things we're asking for, all helpful, not so helpful. Are we asking too much of smaller budget groups? Are we asking just enough? Are we asking not enough of I'll stop talking. You know where I'm going.
We mentioned a couple times about best practices, and I know you wrote those down, Karen, but just as a reminder, um, when you make a claim in your application, back it up with data. The best practices of including a breakdown of audience participation, feedback results, ticket sales, concert to concert. I think it was Douglas who said, don't type 40 to 150 per person, create an average, and then say you've made a $20,000 economic impact or so. Think like having succinct data to support a claim. Like if you say you do diverse repertoire, what does diversity mean to you, first of all? What does all that entail? And then my last comment on scoring was that I based my scoring off of what Jillian had said in the orientation, which was just to keep it consistent with you. And so every organization that got points off, it was always the same points. It was never like a 0.5 or a extra point here and there. It was always 5 points off for this, that, and the other. So that was helpful for my calibration. What Jillian said during orientation, which was just keep it consistent for you, and then kind of go from there.
Thank you. Can you talk with me, and Monica, I haven't heard from you and I want to make sure that I get your voice in this mix. And I would love to hear your thoughts on scoring the artistic quality of applications when you haven't heard their work. I made an assumption that that was really challenging and awful for you and unfair to ask you to do that when you didn't have what you needed. But I don't, that was me sitting where I am, and I would love your thoughts on that. Was I right? Was I wrong? Did it not matter? Ugh.
I guess if that is a criteria for these grants, then that's very important for me and participating, just trying to contribute what I can. I hear amazing artists every single day. I see a lot of organizations trying their hardest just to do amazing work, and they might not have all of the funding that an extra, like the size of the CSO, has to throw at the guest artist. That doesn't mean that they're not completely valuable to their community. And so I think for me, there were times where it didn't really even matter to me that I heard a sample, because I could see just with their responses, the work that they're doing, and that they are valued in their community. And just because, they didn't have a orchestra of 120 that all graduated from Juilliard, to me, that's not where their value lies. So that's kind of what I thought. And for me, the whole process was interesting. I'm a person who likes to be told what the rules are and then follow them. And there was a lot of ambiguity in this process for me, where I had to kind of create my own ideas of a rubric. And I was worried that that would align with the rest of the panel. But I think that's actually the beauty in this. We all came very different specialties, and all of those voices were represented. So things that I missed, a lot of other people were there to catch. And I might have judged one organization a little bit more harshly than somebody else, but I think that those averages all ended up working out.
Thank you. Thank you. Other thoughts as we come to the close of this particular portion of the process? You'll be getting an evaluation form from me. I'm not going to ask you to deal with that for probably another few days. Getting it in before Thanksgiving might be good, since it's still going to be kind of fresh for you. But we'll pick your brain that way. But Jillian, were you just going to say something and I talked right over you?
That's okay. I just had two thoughts that I wanted to make sure that I got in. Because as like Monica was saying, with the samples, I know you said that you only require them to submit one, but maybe some clarification, or even just like a suggestion of yes, we only need one sample, and if you're submitting a supporting sample, have it be something different than the first one. So you have a symphony, you do something with your engagement in that second one, or something like that, because I think that would have been helpful. And the other thing is that I jotted down on a lot of them was just include your websites in there for us, because some people did, and it was very helpful to go and be able to click around and see a lot of stuff.
For their support materials?
And their support materials. So
That's
yeah,
interesting.
just
I think, yeah.
add it.
Yeah, sorry. My sense is that some of them figure that since they provide their website at the top, in their applicant information stuff, that if you're interested, you would go and check it out. So that is a really helpful comment, that they cannot assume that just because their website is there in the application, that you're going to be following up because you're like, oh, I want to know more about this. You're going to be focused. Some panelists do that. Not all panelists do that. And this is a really great reminder that to articulate on our end that the assumption cannot be made that panelists are going to go check out a website unless that website is explicitly put in either in the support materials. So thank you for that. Questioning the assumptions. I've got 329. Lori, you've unmuted.
It's around the budget part. When I think about the aggregate and the amount of time I spent taking a look at the budget, and then when things felt incongruent, trying to go look at their 990s to figure out some basic information, here's what I'm just going to wonder out loud. Is Arts Board intent in us looking at that just to make sure they're solvent and healthy? If that's the case, I wonder about maybe asking the question differently around assets and liabilities or something, because like for some of them where their expenses were far exceeding revenue, but then they had other resources to draw from, it it, it skewed things in the as the organizations got larger. I mean, if we're talking about a organization that's only got a $40,000 budget, versus some of these, 3, 5, 6 million dollar organizations. Um, I just I want to make sure I know in the future upfront what the intent is of us reviewing that, because I felt like I spent a lot of time, but then wasn't sure what to do with the information, like how it impacted anything. So it would be just helpful to know in the future what the Arts Board wants us to look at related to budget, and then just review how we're asking that question.
Thank you. All right. Making a note.
I wanted to comment on the issue of like how much we ask for from these very small organizations, because it's very near and dear to my heart as somebody who ran a really small organization and who serves clients that run really small organizations. Like they all have other jobs usually. I mean, that's almost always true of most of my clients. And so it's asking a lot in some cases, So I think that requiring a shorter narrative from them is a good idea. But then like the other side of that is like asking them to collect that information and like to have a count of how many people came to your programming. Like otherwise a lot of them just wouldn't do it. Like it's not it's just my experience. Like a lot of them don't do it, and I have to get my clients to really, do it. I think they don't want to do it because it's like
They
uh,
don't count their
they don't keep
audience, or they
data
don't
about
submit
their
an application.
programming as much as I wish they should, or they wish they did. And so it's very common among small organizations that they need to keep data. And so this actually gives them a reason to do it. It's like, well, you'll score a lot better at Wisconsin Arts Board if you have all that information. So there's a really fine balance there that I'm really intimately aware of. And so I think that you've done pretty well with that, like by shortening the amount of words that you're expecting from them in the narrative. That seems like a good thing. Yeah, I wonder if people that are submitting get kind of intimidated by like the sheer like variety of different stuff they could submit in the supplementary materials. Maybe that's something that's happening, but I don't know. In general, I think they're clear on what's required and other things are not. So that seemed like it was okay. Like people were doing well. Yeah. So I don't know, but it's just the thing that I notice, and it's like something I think about a lot. So
Thank you. We do too. And so I appreciate that. I will say that when we have first-time applicants or even an organization that has applied, but someone new in the organization has taken it on, we try to identify that with let us know if you're a first-time applicant. This is the deadline for letting us know that, the email, and then we will follow up and say, okay, can I please take a look at your draft? Can I work with you on? Let's talk about all the things. And we also have a tutorial for first-time CNP applicants on the YouTube site. to kind of demystify the process a little bit more, but always thinking about that. And always also thinking about Lashandra's note there to honor the time that you all have already given. Thank you for that reminder, Lashandra. I will follow up with you, or please follow up with me if you have something else to share. Otherwise, unless there's a burning topic, Lashandra, I think we can wish this panel an incredibly great evening. You have earned a good rest and or a board meeting, depending on who you are. Hang in there, Ryan. Thank you all so much. This has been wonderful. So appreciate you. Okay.
Thank you
Thank
all.
Bye-bye.
you.
Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you. Nice to
See you.
meet you all.
Nice to meet you all as well.